should not go above 5 minutes. Then we will have our toast battle round 1, where there will be 3 rounds of table topics contest, all chaired by DTM Atif Irfan Sheikh, and the chief judge will be DTM Rashid Dastagir. After that, there will be 1-minute vote of thanks by immediate past district director DTM Samir Hamid Dodi, and then there will be the town hall conducted by our district director Zunair Zafar, who will be welcoming the participants, who will be presenting a tribute to the outgoing leadership, as well as welcoming the incoming leadership. Then, what potentially the most exciting portion, keynote by DTM Jin Kokoki, past international president. And after that, there will be a short Q&A session. And then there will be the toast battle final round. So you won't get to know the name of the finalists until the final round begins. So stick around, please. We will announce the names of the finalists. The final session will be chaired by myself, and the chief judge will be DTM Malik Mohammed Umair. The table topics contest will take place, then we'll announce the winner's name, and then there will be a vote of thanks and adjournment. So without further ado, I have just a few words of wisdom which are completely original to say to everyone. To the role players, I say, Avengers assemble. To the judges, I say, with great power comes great responsibility. To the contestants, I say, may the force be with you. And to the audience, the lucky, lucky audience, I say, let the Hunger Games begin. Over to you, DTM Atif Irfan Sheikh, who will take things forward from here on out.
Thank you very much, DTM Talha bin Hamid. And what a great beginning. And this is like the beginning of a new year with the new district team and every one of us. And we hope to move forward with the same enthusiasm, same spirit, and with the same great team cohesion. Thank you very much. Okay, so coming towards the contest. So fellow Toastmasters, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the first Toast Battle of 2021. And I am the contest chair for round 1 of this Toast Battle, which is a table topic speech contest. It's going to be a great energizer for the whole year ahead. And we'll be maintaining our momentum in all divisions and areas of district. Today we have 27 contestants, of course from 27 clubs who registered for this contest, and after conducting a ballot, we have divided them into 3 groups as follows. Group A, the first group, in that we have Toastmaster Abdullah Sarwai from EY Toastmasters Club. Then we have Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch from Ravi Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal from Bayat Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Asim Azhar from CA Toastmasters Club Lahore, Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan from Ocean Hub Toastmasters Club, Madam Toastmaster Rahma Uneeb from Karachi Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Marij Khan from Imamba Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Hamza Naeem from ICAP Islamabad, Toastmaster Adnan Jamil from Banu Mukhtar. So these are 9 contestants in Group A. And coming towards Group B, there we have again 9 contestants, and their names are Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima from CA Toastmasters Club Peshawar, Madam Toastmaster Faria Iqbal from Express Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi from Terra Data Islamabad, Madam Toastmaster Saleh Khan from Storytellers Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Sayyid Umar Gilani from Century Paper Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir from Husne Khitabat Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Muhammad Yasin Mia from ICMAP Lahore, Toastmaster Ammar Haider from UE Toastmasters Club Lahore, and Madam Toastmaster Meher Tanveer from RTC. So this was Group B. There we had again 9 contestants. And now coming towards the last group, that is Group C. The first contestant is Toastmaster Colonel Muhammad Ali from Crescent Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Ahmad Suleiman Zaidi from ICAP Faisalabad Toastmasters Club, Madam Toastmaster Vania Ahmed Abbasi from Dow's IBHM Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor from CA Toastmasters Club, Karachi, Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari from Professional Toastmasters at Lums, Lahore, Toastmaster Muhammad Usama Malik from Hub Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan from ICAP, Islamabad, and Toastmaster Arish Khan from Lahore Toastmasters Club. And last but not the least, Toastmaster Muhammad Usman Gulzari from Islamabad Toastmasters Club. So these were the names of 27 contestants for which we had received the nominations. So if anyone is missing, please let the management know about that. I hope no one is missing. Everyone has been rechecked and entered after the ballot. So I would request for a round of applause for all these contestants, and I wish you all best of luck for this contest. And now coming towards the contest role players. So for the chief judge of round one, we have DTM Rashid Dastagir. As technical host, we have Toastmaster Ahmed Sajjad Zaidi. Along with his team, he has 2 sergeant-at-arms with him. And for ballot counters, we have Toastmaster Kashif Sehgal, Toastmaster Zishan Abid, Toastmaster Hamza Azim, Madam Toastmaster Urusa Kamal, and Madam Toastmaster Hiba Rais. For timers, we have Toastmaster Azam Ali. Second timer is Toastmaster Mudassar Ishfaq, and third timer is Toastmaster Ali Ashar. So I would request you all for a huge round of applause for our able role players, and I just named them, and the judges as well. A round of applause for them, but they are undisclosed, of course. So that was the introduction of the contestants and the role player. So I hope no one is missing from the list of contestants. Any responses? Okay. So let me begin the briefing by explaining the time requirements and the criteria for the contest. First, the timings. The minimum qualifying time for the table topic speech is 1 minute. And the maximum qualifying time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'll request the timer, Toastmaster Azam Ali, to test his device. The green light will be switched on at 1 minute, yellow at 1.5 minutes, and red at 2 minutes. So when the red light is on, the speaker has 30 seconds to wrap up his or her speech. So I'll request the timer to just display the backgrounds or the system he has installed so that everyone can know about that. Over to you, Toastmaster Azam Ali.
Okay.
Are you with us?
Yeah, my mic was mute. So at 1 minute, I will switch on the green light. Let me show you. Initially, my background will be the timer. And at 1 minute, I will show the green light. At 1 minute, 30 seconds, I will show the yellow background. And at 2 minutes, I will show the green background, as you can see on my screen.
Okay, besides that, I will request you that between the two speakers, there will be a 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballot. Okay. And upon the expiry of that 1 minute, you also have to show the green light. So you also have to keep a watch of that portion of time.
Okay, I'll keep.
So that is it. And at the end, when all the speakers have completed in first round, in second round, third round, so the judges will be given 5 minutes to complete their ballots. So that time has also to be noted down. So how will the contestants be announced? First of all, contestant number, then name, then table topic title, then again table topic title and contestant name. So this is the way how we will announce the contestants. So at this time, the technical host is requested to please keep all the mics muted and shift the contestants in breakout room, keeping their videos on and not allowing them to use their cell phones. This is with the exception of the first contestant. And when there will be a 1 minute silence, I will again ask the sergeant at arms to bring the next contestant in the main room. So do I need to repeat the names?
I'm just assigning the, yes, please repeat the names and I'll assign the contestants there.
Sure. So I'm going to copy them in the text box, except the first contestant who is not moving to the breakout room. Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch, Toastmaster Sayyid Shah Faisal, Toastmaster Asim Azhar, Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan, Madam Toastmaster Rahma Oni, Madam Toastmaster Marij Khan, Toastmaster Hamza Naeem, and Toastmaster Adnan Jamil. So they are all moving to the breakout room. So I am copying their names in the text box to avoid any confusion. The first one is staying with us. That's the benefit of being first one, because the first contestant has to has some challenges in talking at the first time, but he is staying here with us.
Toastmaster Faiza has some question.
Yes, sure. Should we unmute her?
Okay, hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know whether my name is there in the list, because you just called out the names of all the Toastmasters who are participating, but my name was not there. And apologies at my end, the internet messed up, so I missed out the earlier briefing you have given, but I'm back now. So I was just trying to speak out, but just because host has not permitted me to unmute myself, so I was raising my hand. So now I've spoken up that who's the first contestant and why my name is not there in the rest of the participants.
No worries. If you had sent your names, we can put you in the third round, or if it was there. So the management has to decide about that, and they can look into their records. And if you were there, so, and if you are missed due to some reason, they can always reconsider that. No worries about that.
Toastmaster Faiza, which club are you representing?
I am representing Express Toastmasters Club.
Very well. We'll just check and let you know. And a general comment for everyone, if you have any questions, since we have to mute our mics in order to avoid disturbance, if you have any questions, the Zoom chat is on, so you can always ask a question there and we are reviewing that. I would also request everyone other than the speaker, timer, and the contest chair to please switch off their videos, and you can change the mode to only see the people whose videos are on, so that you will get the best experience of viewing the speaker, timer, and just the contest chair on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the room is ready. Shall I open it?
Please do so.
I'm just talking to Malik Umar Sab. He is updating me regarding the status. So I believe we can make the changes if we can accommodate the contestant in some other group if they are not in the first group. So kindly make the changes and update me, and I'll do it accordingly. Okay, thank you.
Actually, we are missing one contestant from this group. Okay, I see with that. Shall I open the room? Want to share? Go ahead.
Okay, so are you done with the contestants?
Yes, I have added them. For some reason,
Okay.
I'm unable to add Toastmaster Marit.
Sorry, whom? Toastmaster Maharaj. You are not able to send her to the breakout room, right?
Right.
She is, so all the other contestants of group A, are they all in the breakout room?
I've
But
assigned
what to
them.
do is,
Open the room. Let me open it now. Okay, they have been assigned.
okay, so the issue is that unless all the contestants are transferred to the breakout room, we cannot start the contest because the topic is confidential. So that's what we need to see, that all the contestants are there in the breakout room and none of them should be here. Toastmaster Vakar Manzoor is raising hand. So should we unmute and get to know about his question?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, like I am in group C, so if any contestant is not available from group A, so is it possible to switch at the moment, like add me to group A and maybe he or she can join, be moved to group C if any contestant is not available in group C, A.
In fact, this has all been done through a ballot and it will not be sacrosanct. The ballot will not be that effective if we change the contestants. So what we can do is that if anyone is missing, we can add them to the next group. But changing the contestant between the groups is not a good idea, in my opinion.
All right.
Yeah.
Again, then moving would also be not a good idea, but that's fine. That's your call.
Yes, because I think that if someone is missing or if someone is not available, then we might have to leave him or her. But if someone, if there is a problem, like we just encountered a problem that someone is missing and it was our fault, then of course we have to do something about that. So that was the point. Okay, so I believe if Toastmaster Maris Khan is not here and you are unable to transfer her, then we might have to.
Matif, I'm still here. I haven't been transferred to breakout room.
You are not in the first group, so please stay in peace. No worries about that.
I'm in group A. I'm in group
Yes.
A.
Actually, Toastmaster Shawaz is in group A. He's the second contestant.
Oh,
So
yes,
he will have to be moved to the breakout room.
So let's reconfirm. Once you transfer them all, we will just reconfirm the names.
He's moving to the breakout room now.
So would you kindly share the list of persons you have transferred to the breakout room?
Toastmaster Adnan Jamil, Toastmaster Asim Azhar, Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan, Toastmaster Hamza, Toastmaster Marij, Toastmaster Rabia as the Sergeant at Arms, Toastmaster Rahma, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch, and Toastmaster Shah Faisal.
Okay, Shawaz Baloch is yet to be transferred, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch, and you have named 8 persons among the contestants whom you have transferred. So it means that one is still missing, and you have named that you have transferred Madam Toastmaster Maris Khan as well. So please reconfirm it because it can be a confusion and we cannot let that contestant contest if someone is in the main room and the contest starts.
Right. So let me confirm the list again. Shawaz Baloch.
Yeah, thank you.
In the meanwhile, DTM Atif, can you share the list of people in group 2 and 3 so that we can pre-prepare them before the start of the next session? Next group.
Yeah. Yes, sure. For Group B, we have Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima, Madam Toastmaster Faiza, Madam Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi, Madam Toastmaster Saleha Khan, Toastmaster Sayyid Umar Gilani, Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, Toastmaster Muhammad Yasin Mia, Toastmaster Ammar Haider, and Toastmaster Meher Tanveer, Madam Toastmaster Meher Tanveer.
Okay, so out of 9 contestants, 8 contestants are in the breakout room. I can confirm that.
That's great. All from Group A, right?
All from Group A.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So we have Toastmaster Abdullah Sarwai with us, right?
Abdullah Server.
Okay, so there are some spelling error. Okay, Toastmaster Abdullah Server with us, right? Kindly switch on his video and mic.
Yeah, it is. I was just trying to unmute myself.
Okay, okay. Great. Okay, so you are available, right? Okay, Toastmaster Abdullah Server.
Yes.
Just a second, I arrange the things. Okay, contestant number 1, Toastmaster Abdullah Server. The topic is most beloved childhood memory. Abdullah Server.
Yeah.
The time starts.
Most beloved childhood memory is the topic. As far as I can recall, it was the moment when I secure a position in matriculation board, and I just still remember the tickle of tear in my father, the dropping down the air from his eyes to the cheek. It was the most amazing memory I had of my childhood. Although I was participating for the contesting for the first position, I wasn't able to take the first position though, but my father still said, it doesn't matter whether you secure first position or not, you are still a champion for me. And those words still resonate me whenever I recall this memory. And still, I feel very proud of myself that I am a proud child of my father. Though although I was again contesting, and then again I was just selecting my field of chartered accountancy, and I was confused that how I'm going to select that, because my father was a doctor and my family wanted to pursue the doctor profession. However, my father said me, Abdullah, it doesn't matter which profession you select, you should be on the top of the list. Again, this was another moment of proud for my childhood. So again, I guess the most important moment for any childhood is that to make their parents proud. Thanks.
We will observe 1 minute of silence, and the Sergeant at Arms is requested to enter the second contestant, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch. Thank you very much, Toastmaster Abdullah Server. And for the timers, I would request that only the first timer, Toastmaster Azam Ali, will show the backgrounds, and timer 2 and 3 are in the reserve position, and they will be called if timer 1 is disconnected due to some reason. But they may keep a record with them because they may be required to come up at any time. So timer 3 is requested not to show the cards. 1 minute of silence is being timed by Toastmaster Azam Ali.
In the meanwhile, can we bring in the next contestant?
Yes, I have requested Senator Arms to bring in the next contestant, and he is Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch.
Yes, he will be joining shortly.
Okay, great. So do we have Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch with us?
He's still in the breakout room. The Sergeant at Arms is sending him soon.
Okay, great. Okay, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch is with us, and 1 minute of silence is over as well. And I hope that the contestant has pinned the timer to avoid any confusion. Okay.
Can you hear me, Dr. Atif?
Yes, we can hear you. You are loud and clear and visible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Toastmaster, our second contestant is Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch. The topic is...
Yeah, how will the Toastmaster Shawaz be told about the time?
Yes.
Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch has a person right with him there, and he keeps a watch on the timer and as well as on the screen. So he informs him about that. So that's what we do regarding his, because of his vision, sight impairment.
Can you please tell him about the colors?
So are you okay?
Yes,
yes, it's as I announced in the beginning that 1 minute is green color and 1.5 minutes is yellow color and 2 minutes is red color. And you have 30 seconds after that to wrap up your speech for being qualified. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Our second contestant, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch. Your most beloved childhood memory. Toastmaster, your most beloved childhood memory, Toastmaster Shawaz Baloch. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Table Topic Master. My most beloved childhood memory. Fellow Toastmaster, there are so many memories in your childhood. If you cherish about, you always feel happy about that. But I remember now, when I was in my 6th grade, I used to love to play these games, not like this extraordinary graphic games, but like there was one game called Atari, and that was way more expensive. And my mom told me that it is expensive, but in one condition we can buy it for you. And if you come in the first position in the next grade, in your exams. That was a daunting task given to me. I was really, working hard for my exams to get that Atari, to grab that game, that simple game in my hand. Fellow Toastmaster, the exams passed. And guess what? I didn't get the first position. I got the second position. Oof. Then, I was devastated and frustrated. along with my second place result. I went back home. My mom came and she asked, what happened? I said, Mommy, I didn't get the first position. She smiled at me. Son, but you did your game because you have done the efforts, you have done the hard work for it. So fellow Toastmasters, the outcome of this memory is that hard work always pay you off. Over to you, contest.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will observe 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. And meanwhile, the Sergeant at Arms is requested to allow the entry of Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal in the contest room. Okay, so 1 minute is over. And do we have with us Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal?
Not yet, he's on the way.
Okay.
Okay, he's here.
Okay. So are you with us, Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal? Please switch on your video and mic and pin the timer.
Yes, I am with you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, our third contestant is Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal. The topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory by Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal.
Hello, hello, fellows. This is Syed Shah Faisal, Toastmaster. Good evening, everyone. Everybody has memories, and definitely everyone would like to share their memories with their family members, those who are loving each other, or either they are best fellows. The same, without memories, we are nothing. We encourage, we motivate ourselves from the memories, whatever we did, even we have our child, so we share with them. Dear son, when I was a child, I used to do such kind of things. For example, on Eid, before Eid, I was crying. Baba, I want to purchase new shoes for Eid. My father told me, Beta, last month I support you to purchase the shoes. So why you are requesting me right now? This is not a way. This is the Eid al-Adha. You have to request me for the goat. You have to request me for the buffalo. So why don't you asking about why you are asking about the shoes? Then I told Baba, when I will move around towards my friends or my siblings, either my friends, what they will ask me. They are concerned about the shoes. So please take me there. I want the Ninja Turtle shoes because that time Ninja Turtles cartoon play in television, and everybody wants to be a Ninja Turtle, like just eating a pizza. Everybody wants crazy to eat pizza. That Ninja Turtle used to eat pizza, so we have to eat pizza. So it's the same like that. The one memory was requesting my parent for the shoes, and another memory was childhood is the pizza. And one was the horrible memory, which I want to share with you. That was a very bitter taste for me. I was coming from Seaview towards my home, certainly near the American Embassy, near to before the Marriott Hotel. There was a bomb blast. Suddenly, there was too much darkness around us, but the blessing of God, I was saved. When I came out from my vehicle with my uncle, I saw the body was spread around. Nothing was alive, and few people were requesting, help me, help me, help me, help me. But I was little injured, blessing, because childhood, the children is the innocent. So I went and request my uncle. He was little injured. I was some injuries on my hand, in my ear, my head, but it was little bleeding. By encouraging and motivating from my soldiers, so I went towards the people and I pull it out from the vehicles and requested the ambulance, ambulance drivers and law enforcement agencies when they reached here. And I told them, these are the people are here. We need to support them. That was the bitter memory for me. I would never tried, but the experience and the things which were very, very, very horrible for me. And the lesson was the lesson which I have derived, that if you are in trouble, if you are in any problem, must support others, don't give yourself, encourage yourself, motivate yourself, and support others. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will observe 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots, and meanwhile, the Sergeant at Arms is requested to enter the next contestant, and he is Toastmaster Asim Azhar. One minute of silence is over. So do we have the next contestant with us, Toastmaster Asim Azhar?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, so that's great. So Toastmaster Asim Azhar, please check your mic, camera, and pin the timer.
Yes, the voice is absolutely clear from you. This is Asim Azhar. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. Timer is pinned.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, our fourth contestant, Toastmaster Asim Azhar. The topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory by Toastmaster Asim Azhar. Time starts.
Thank you, DTM, fellow members, and all the guests and audience. This is indeed a very delighted question. My age is roughly about 45 years. If you ask me this question, my childhood seems to be far away as years have passed. The childhood changed to adulthood, and then I grew up till this state. But from back of my memory, if I call, I remember that when we used to go to these schools, my buddy Kamran, his name was, he's nowadays in USA. We used to talk about the Superman and the superheroes at that time. We used to have Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, too many characters, but Superman, and why we used to talk about that was we can go to school flying instead of going to bus, especially in summer, humid. sweating out of our faces, all across the body, even in the pants. But then we discuss amongst ourselves that what other things we can do, and we realize that apart from going to school, in the break, we can suddenly get our bags off. We can go to home or to any space. Uh, in that area, we used to have the chapli kebab at some distance from our school. And you remember, and you know that can be a very delightful thing. So we always used to say that, okay, Kamran, we'll go to the chapli kebab. And the fun was the chapli kebab on the bread, the naan we used to have, roll it like a roll and eat like a roll, paratha. That we used to discuss quite a lot. But again, there were too many memories, but as it is impromptu speak, the one thing which suddenly came to my mind was that Superman character I used to discuss with the Kamran. I hope everybody enjoyed it and hope to see you again in next round. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll request for 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots, and the timer is timing this, and I'll request Sergeant at Arms to let the next contestant enter. And the next contestant is Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan.
DTM Saab, Atif Saab, will I be taken to the other room automatically, or do I need to press anything?
You can stay here now. You enjoy the speeches of other contestants and have a great time.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for giving me the honor.
Okay, so is that 1 minute over? I would request the timer to inform about that. Okay. So do we have the next contestant, Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan, with us?
Yes.
Okay. Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan. Our fifth contestant is Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan. The topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory by Toastmaster Asim Rafat Khan. Time starts.
My most beloved childhood memory. As a child, third one in my sibling, I was a very pampered one. And all the things which I used to ask my parents, my father used to provide me that thing. In a very childhood, I got an opportunity to travel by plane. And it totally given me a new world, new imaginations. And I become very fond of planes. After that travel, I started collecting small toy aeroplanes. And I used to love them so much. I was just imagining myself to become the pilot of each and every plane which I have. And I used to fly like I've been flying in the skies, and I have looking the world from the different perspective. That was the beautiful childhood memory when you are looking the things from different perspective. And this is so much I was so much indulged into that thing that I could not never come out of that imagination and all those things. So that was one of the greatest childhood memory I have got, to fly in the air and to become the pilot and have a collection of beautiful planes. And I'm still fascinated to those planes. And whenever I see planes, I go back to that era of childhood. Over to you, Toastman.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And now we will request 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. One important announcement, although it has not happened, and we wish every contestant to perform without any technical glitch or any issue. But in case any such issue occurs, we'll be able to give a time of 30 seconds due to that, not more than that, because of course, there has to be a limit set for that. And that limit is 30 seconds. Okay, so I'll request the Sergeant at Arms to call upon the next contestant. And she is Madam Toastmaster Rahma Unib. So please let her enter the main contest room.
She's here.
Great. So is the 1 minute of silence is over, timer? Yeah, okay, great. Okay. So our sixth contestant is Madam Toastmaster Rahma Unib. And your topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory by Madam Toastmaster Rahma Unib. Time starts.
Fellow Toastmasters and guests, the thing about memories is that they stay with you. You remember them no matter what. And the thing with childhood is that some of the memories can be really funny and outrageous, and the other memories are the ones that really, define who you are as a person. So of course, like every Toastmaster over here, I have my fair share of childhood memories. But the ones I remember most are the ones where I made a lot of stupid mistakes. And the reason why I like these childhood memories the most is because these are the childhood memories which have taught me that it's okay to make mistakes. You turn out pretty okay. I mean, I like to think that I'm doing okay. So I remember very vividly that this one time I had a chair, the chair where you sit down and you have that sort of table and you're eating stuff on it. And so I thought that I would sit in the other direction. And I don't know why I thought this, but I thought it was a really good idea. And I sat, so basically I sat opposite in the chair and I got stuck. And I was stuck there for a few hours till somebody actually escorted me out of that place. But then I also have memories of other mistakes, like this one time I got a scar because, well, that wasn't my fault. I feel like my parents did not design the bathroom properly. So the sink, I got hurt by the sink and I have a scar on my eye. So now come to think of it, what if most of our mistakes are actually mistakes that other people made? But regardless of what childhood memory I had, out of all of it, I realized that, you do come out okay, mistakes happen. Over to you, contest chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So now we'll again observe 1 minute of silence, and meanwhile, I'll request the Sergeant at Arms to call upon the next contestant, Madam Toastmaster Marij Khan.
Toastmaster Marij is facing technical issues, so I would request to keep her at the last contestant.
Okay, is she there in the breakout room?
Yes, she is facing issues, so she disconnects and reconnects.
Okay. And so kindly let the next speaker in, Toastmaster Hamza Naeem.
Hi.
All the best. Okay, so I'll request the timer to don't show the green card until 1 minute is reached. and start from this in the normal background and then put on the green card when the time is reached. Okay, so 1 minute is over and coming towards the next contestant. Our eighth contestant is Toastmaster Hamza Naeem. And the topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory. Toastmaster Hamza Naeem. The time starts.
Thank you, contest. Thank you, contest chair. Dear Toastmasters and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. My favorite childhood memory. What is childhood all about? Childhood is all about memories. Because everything that you are right now is the result of what you experienced in your childhood. Because childhood is the time when you experience things. And these experiences, they turn and they help you to learn new ways and learn new things. So for me, my best childhood memory is that everything that I did in my childhood is my favorite childhood memory. Right from starting, when I started to talk, those were the memories. Maybe we couldn't remember it, but those were the times that gave us power, that gave us ability, that right now I'm speaking in front of 93 people. The time when I started walking, that's the time when I learned, that is the memory that gave me power, that now I can walk, I can run, I can play football, I can do anything. The time, the best memory and the best time was the time when I started to learn to read and write. Because that was the time that gave me power to learn new things. And this, I think, is the best power and the best memory that I have. So, in order to differentiate between different types of memories, we need to look at what the value of time of, or what is the value of these memories. So for me, the best memory is the time I learned how to read and write. Thank you, Tabletop. Thank you, Contest Chair. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. And again, we will observe 1 minute of silence, and the Sergeant at Arms is requested to let Toastmaster Adnan Jamil in. Do we have Toastmaster Adnan Jamil with us? 1 minute of silence is over.
He's on the way.
Okay.
Toastmaster Adnan is here.
Okay, Toastmaster Adnan Jamil, please check your mic, and your video is not on yet. Can't see him. Are you there, Toastmaster Adnan Jamil?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, okay, great. So our next contestant, eighth contestant, is Toastmaster Adnan Jamil. And your topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory. Toastmaster Adnan Jamil. Your time starts.
1993, the year I came into this world. And just after 5 years, my parents sent me to school. The most beloved memory in my childhood is related to the school I went at my childhood. It was my aunt's birthday and I left school for 3 days. After that marriage ceremony, my parents asked me to go to school and I said, no, I cannot go to school. They said, why? I said, I just left school for 3 days. What will I say to the teachers? The fear was that I am going to school after 3 days. Therefore, how I will face my teachers? But my parents dragged me to the school and I went to the headmistress room instead of my classroom. She said, kid, go to your classroom, but I said, no, I will not go to that room. I sat down in her office and she tried to pick me up so that I may go to my classroom. After much effort, she took to my classroom and in the classroom, I stood up. She pressed me so that I can sit. So in her office, I was just sitting and not allowing her to push me up and stand me to go to classroom. But in the classroom, I was standing and I said that I will not sit here. The fear was that I am here after 3 days. That was the fear that I always had of leaving the class. That fear, I had that fear with me for throughout my student life, and due to that fear, I can count all the class absences I have in my student career. That was the fear that I studied engineering without leaving only 18 classes throughout my student career. And I think that was the fear that brought me to this level that I am working as a professional engineer nowadays. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So 1 minute silence. And meanwhile, the technical host is requested to let Madam Toastmaster Marij Khan in. Please check your mic and video and pen the timer. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, so Toastmaster, our ninth contestant, Madam Toastmaster Marij Khan. The topic is your most beloved childhood memory. Your most beloved childhood memory by Madam Toastmaster Marij Khan. Time starts.
Thank you so much, Contest Chair, for this wonderful topic, or a topic that has put me into the room of nostalgia with memories, childhood memories flooding in. And I'm finding it currently hard to pick and choose which one is my most beloved, but I will still give it a try. I will still try to pick one. We as a generation are very lucky that we have not grown up in midst of iPads and iPhones and YouTube video. We are the generation that like to play outside in parks. We are the generation that interacted with other kids. We are the generation that did not worry about a lot of technology around them. But for me, childhood memories are all about coming home from school and my mother making us hot tomato soup. I love that with the pieces of bread and that. And I love the fact that the other thing I love that I must have watched The Lion King around 50 times as a kid. And being such a small kid, I did not know what those words mean. But I still, at least, I've memorized all of those things. I've memorized each and every line of The Lion King. For me, childhood memories are playing with my siblings. But the most vivid memory that I have of my childhood is my youngest sister, my first ever best friend, coming home. As soon as she was born, my grandmother was with me. She was taking care of us. And I remember her holding that little bundle of joy in her arm and us sitting on bed and her giving her into my lap, giving my baby sister in my lap. And she said something to me that this is your youngest sister. And in that moment, I became an elder sister. I remember that so vividly. It's probably the first memory of my life. So that is something I cherish. Thank you so much for this share.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so now we will have 3 minutes for the judges to mark their ballots. I would like to ask the chief judge if we have the same judges for the next session or they are different. Because in that case, if the same judges are for the group B, then we can continue with even 1 minute of break.
We have a different group of judges, and
Okay.
The judges for this round will be compiling their results. So what we can do is we can move straight away to the second round and move the contestants to the waiting room.
Okay, so that's good. Okay. That's fine. So I'll now request the Sergeant at Arms to let the first contestant of Group B, Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima, enter the main room so that the second group contestants, Group B contestants, can start the contest.
I'd just like to mention that the contests are logged in from multiple devices. So please only log in from one device, and then we'll move you to the breakout room. Sir, you are muted.
Okay. Okay, so we have our first contestant from Group B, Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima. So please check your mic.
Have a confirmation? Can we have a confirmation that all other contestants have moved to the breakout room?
Not yet.
Oh, really? I was thinking that they have been moved. So please do it as quickly as possible. I had shared the names of Group B contestants in the Zoom chat. So please reconfirm from there. I'm going to share it again to avoid any confusion.
Yes, please.
I have shared again.
Is it Toastmaster Faiza or Faria?
It's Pfizer because there was a change. So it's Toastmaster Pfizer. Toastmaster Pfizer Izam. As far as I can go to.
DTM Arif, may I request if you can share the list of the third group as well. We'll try to move them to the breakout room before the end of round 2. It will save some time.
It will save time, no doubt. Okay, just give me a second.
In the meanwhile, the team is working to move the contestants of round 2 to the breakout room.
So,
TM Talha Hamid, are you there?
I am there. You were talking about the contestant, right? I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It looks like we just have 5 contestants other than the first contestant.
No, we have total 9 contestants for Group B. And the first one is here, and we have to move 8 of them to the breakout room.
I'm unable to see Talha Qazi. I'm unable to see Ghulam Qadir. Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, are you there? Okay.
Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir is by the name contestant Ghulam Qadir.
We are still missing 2 contestants.
Which ones?
Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi and Toastmaster Mohammed Yasin.
Okay, can you please move the others to the breakout room?
Sure.
Because
All contestants have been moved.
okay, including those 2, I just wanted to reconfirm. Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi and Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir. Are they
2
both
contestants
there?
are missing. If they join during the session, we'll move them to the breakout room. Otherwise, we'll move ahead.
Yes, but there is a secrecy of the speech topic. So we need to see that would it be possible to move them during the session?
We can keep them in the waiting room for some time if they join during the session, but we have to move ahead now.
Right. So technical host has to be watchful about that. Okay. So we have our first contestant, Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima. What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? The topic is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Madam Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatima. Time starts.
Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all my dear fellow Toastmaster. First of all, thank you so very much, Table Topic Master, for giving me the honor and opportunity to be a part of such an amazing meeting where each and every contestant is a learning experience and each and every second is giving me a best memory and opportunity to take with me and apply it for my personal growth as well as the growth of my club. Well, the question raised by you is quite interesting and it relates to my personal life. However, me being Khushbakht Fatma after 10 years is very common and very specific. That is belonging to each and every girl living in Pakistan and in fact all over the world. Well, me, Khushbakht Fatma, after 10 years, would obviously be in a time of my life where I'm married or kids of 2 or 3 children and cooking in the kitchen. Obviously, it's a part of life, and as life passes, you dealt with different opportunities and different seasons that you have to face. Dear fellow Toastmasters, being a girl, there are several stages which you have to overcome and which you have to face. After 10 years, I'm not hiding my age. I would be probably 33 or 34. I'm not the sort of the person who will be hiding the ages. At an age of 33 or 34, I'll be raising my children, taking them to the school, marking their homework diaries, obviously pressing their father's clothes, and also doing laundry. Apart from it, professionally, I would be honored and if I would get the opportunity of being a fellow chartered accountant. And if Allah Almighty gives me all the blessings and as He is giving right now, Alhamdulillah, and practically I am a practicing chartered accountant after 10 years if I'm able to complete my degree. So professionally, I would be a complete chartered accountant and informally and personally, I would be a mother and rearing my children. Thank you so very much, Toastmaster. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll observe 1 minute of silence and I'll request the Sergeant at Arms to let the second contestant in. And she is Madam Toastmaster Faiza Izam. I can see Talha Qazi in the waiting room. He's our contestant as well. So I'll request the technical host to make him enter immediately the breakout room. And kindly confirm when it is done. So the technical host has to confirm whether Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi has been sent to the breakout room as well.
He has, but he is on the way there. He hasn't been assigned yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, he's there, and the next contestant is here.
Okay, great, great. Okay, so our second contestant is Madam Toastmaster Faiza Izam. So please switch on your camera and so that we can see you here.
Hello everyone, can you guys see me? Am I audible?
Yeah, great, okay. Okay, so the second contestant is Madam Toastmaster Faiza Izam. So the question is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Madam Toastmaster Faiza Izam. Time starts.
Thank you very much. What do I expect or see myself 10 years from now? Subtle, calmness, awareness, and go. distractions. These are different phases of each one's of lives. Some people think that after 10 years, I'm going to conquer or I'm going to be somewhere at the high rise of any of these. Whereas me, seeing myself after 10 years, I don't want to achieve anything. I don't want to conquer anything. What I want in my life is to be mentioned above subtle things. That I want to be happy, no matter after 5 years, after 10 years, or be it right at the same moment. Wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, I want to be happy and be on my toes with my strength, with any kind of relations I am being in, with any kind of professionalism I'm going in. This is what Faiza Izam believes, and this is what I want to achieve 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and the death arrives. This is what my dream is all about. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will observe 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. And the Sergeant at Arms is requested to enter the next contestant, and he is Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi.
Toastmaster Talha, your mic isn't enabled. Can you please check your mic?
He's muted. So are you there? Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, there was the internet.
Okay, great. So hopefully you have pinned the timer as well. Okay, our third contestant is Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi. And the topic is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Toastmaster Talha Hamid Qazi. The time starts.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a very good time in this session. I'm Talha, representing Teradata Toastmasters Club. So the topic given to me is what I imagine myself doing 10 years from now. Now, this is a very fascinating topic for me because I have a vast imagination. I am known throughout my friends to be the jack of all trades. So there are a lot of things going on in my life. So 10 years from now, what my current plans are that I want to have enough money. I want to have enough money through my job so that I can build myself a home in the countryside and live there. So 10 years from now, I imagine my life to be busy with cows and goats and in the fields and studying and having my own little school where I can teach the young students, young children of the area and have my own life free from whatever the cities have to provide. Because I grew up in a village and then I moved to the city later on in my life for education and the job. But I really, really did not like it. Throughout my life, there was dissatisfaction. I was not happy. And to find that happiness, I had to figure out that I have to move back to the place where I grew up in so that I can live up to my full potential the way I was meant to live my life. So yes, 10 years from now, I pretty much imagine my life to be in a village in the countryside with kids, teaching them the stuff I learned in my life in the cities. And yes, that's all that I imagine myself to be like. I hope you enjoyed it. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we will observe 1 minute of silence, and meanwhile, we have call upon the next contestant, and he is Madam Toastmaster Saleha Khan.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Please pin the timer.
Done.
Okay. So our fourth contestant is Madam Toastmaster Saleha Khan. And your topic is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Madam Toastmaster Saleha Khan, time starts.
10 years from now on means 2030. It's called planning, and planning makes you or promises you to be successful. Fellow Toastmaster, respect contest chair, and distinguished guests. I am a person who loves to plan each and every minute and second of their life. But the question arises, do I implicate that planning? Well, 70% of the time, no. 30% of the time, yes, I do. So why do I need to plan, and what do I expect to myself becoming in 10 years? Well, first of all, I'll be married and I'll be a mother of 2. Second, I might be doing my PhD in Germany or Finland. And number 3, I might have had killed someone because I have a very short temper. So, fellow Toastmaster, before planning, ask yourself, are you able to do that work? Because I know where I'll be 10 years ahead, but God knows what God has other plans for me. Because my past 10 years, I've been reflecting on them, and they were horrible. They were not as productive as I thought they could be. So or upcoming 10 years turn you into, first of all, you need to know what kind of person you are. Do you apply what you plan? Do you do it into practical life, or you just write it down, to do list, and you never apply? So my question is with you, where you will be in 10 years. Because if you are a time waster and you are just procrastinating a lot like me, because I procrastinate a lot and I don't get my things done a lot. But now I think I'll do my things. I'll be a famous YouTuber as well. It might happen, it might not. So yeah, I'll be somewhere successful. Over to you, contest chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, 1 minute of silence for the judges. And meanwhile, the sergeant at arms kindly let the next contestant, Toastmaster Sayyid Umar Gilani, enter the room. Okay, so 1 minute of silence is over. And do we have the next contestant with us? Sayyid Umar Gilani.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So hopefully you have pinned the timer. Okay. So our fifth contestant, Toastmaster Sayyid Umar Gilani. The topic is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Toastmaster Sayyid Umar Gilani. Time starts. The mic is muted. The host is requested to.
Yes. Sorry, what's the topic?
What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now?
From now. Fellow Toastmasters, from now, I am just imagining myself that where will be in few years. And when I was a kid, I used to think that after 10 years, I will become the engineers. And then after some years, I thought that I will get married when I become a good engineer and get a good job. And then after getting a good job, I decided to get married with a girl. So I did this. And everything so far is going very smooth. And I have some plans in my mind that what will I do when I will complete my 10 years. And yes, after completing my 10 years, I just watch myself as a profession to be something in a good post in my company where I have been working now. And for being a human, I'm just preparing myself to be a good human being. Because so far, I think that I am not a good human. We are preparing ourselves to become more professional in life. We're working for that things. But for being a good human, I do nothing. Especially, I'm not talking about the others, but I am not prepared. But from now, I have started thinking that what I will do, and I will try myself to become a good human being. I want myself to be an apple, because an apple a day keeps the patient away from the doctor, keeps the doctors away. And that's what I want to become apple for the others, because I always want myself to be a beneficial for others. I want to give them benefits. I want to help them. And that's what I actually wanted to be. I never ever imagined myself to be an extremist, but a good person. That's what I am thinking after the next year of my life. Because this is the life. We are created for do the good deeds. And that's, we should think on it. Over to you, Toastmaster.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, 1 minute of silence. And I would like to ask the sergeant at arms that if TM Ghulam Qadir had to miss because of some technical reasons and he is not in the breakout room, please call upon Toastmaster Yasin Mia as the next contestant.
I'm unable to see Toastmaster Yasin in the participants list. I don't think he's here.
Okay. He's not in the breakout room, right?
Toastmaster Yasin was not in the meeting. Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir was. He is here.
Okay, okay. So Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir may be called for.
Okay. I was trying to unmute myself, but thanks to a technical host who has just unmuted me.
Yes, we are all here to serve you. Don't worry about that. Okay. So please pin the timer.
Yeah, I've just pinned the timer.
Okay, great. Okay, so our sixth contestant, Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir. The question is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir. Time starts.
Test chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests. Ghulam Qadir Kampwala is a banker in HBL. Ghulam Qadir started off his career in 18 years ago in consumer banking, where the consumer banking was evolving. Hardly there were any credit cards. Hardly there were any debit cards. We used to call them ATM cards. There was no mobile banking. Now where Ghulam Qadir Toastmaster stands at the moment, the banking sector has evolved. And where do I see myself 10 years down the road? I see myself as a digital banking expert, because that is the future. Digital banking, digital world is all about. Look at us. 6 months ago, we, the member of KTC and Husna Khidawat, were used to conduct the meetings face to face. But now we are doing at a club level and a district level and an area level, all the meetings over the Zoom in a digital way. So I see myself as a digital expert, making the payments, enabling the customers to conduct their transactions in minutes and seconds. They don't need to come to the branches. They don't need to visit anywhere. At the comfort of their home, at the split of a second, using the artificial intelligence, we will be digitizing the whole financial world. That is my aim, and that is where I see myself 10 years down the road. Over to you, contest chair.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Again, we will observe 1 minute of silence, and the next contestant who may be entered during this time is Toastmaster Ammar Haider. Okay, Toastmaster Ammar Haider, please pin the timer. Okay. So our seventh contestant, Toastmaster Ammar Haider, your question is, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Toastmaster Ammar Haider, your time starts.
Thank you, Mr. Atif. Imagining yourself for 10 years ahead is something like looking your life goals 10 years ahead. Like life is what? Life has the three questions that ask from yourself, that who you are and what is the goal of life and what is the assignments Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from you. So I have to answer these three questions in the 10 years ahead. Who am I? I'm Ammar Haider Guru. And what is the purpose? The purpose is to be a good human being. Whatever the profession I have. The third question is that what assignment has been given to me, and that is in the form of profession, that is a teaching. So everyone has this different profession. The one is a doctor, the one is a pilot, the other one is engineer, whatever they are. That is their assignment to fulfill, respond with the full responsibility and with the focus. So whoever asks me that how I see myself after 10 years, like I would like to see myself after 10 years like a good human being, serving the humanity, like a good human being after all. And that is through what? Through my fulfilling my responsibilities. Like I'm teaching the students, so it is one of the biggest opportunity to serve the humanity. Means I'm producing the leaders. So I'm making up the minds for the future. So after 10 years, I'm like looking my students to be at the different places. in a corporate sector or starting their own venture or starting being an entrepreneur. So I'm blessed to have this profession, and after 10 years, I'm looking myself as a PhD, Dr. Amar Haider Guru. So that sounds very good, right? So I want to be the doctor, not the MBBS doctor selling the medicines or something, but a doctor of the youth, the doctor of the future leaders. So I'm like feeling blessed that I would be having a lot of seeds who would be growing in the society that I have sown. So I'm happy enough that if Allah blessed me 10 years ahead, I mean, we don't have any conformity that I would take a breath of next second. But after 10 years, if Allah bless me the life, I will serve the humanity, I will serve the humans, I will serve my youth, being a teacher, because being a teacher is a blessed profession, and producing the good skillful labor, good skillful professionals for the nation is a good opportunity. So everyone must dream, because dreaming, the one who dreams becomes the leader. The one who doesn't dream for 10 years, he can't be a good leader. So dream, sleep and dream. And dreaming while you're awakening is a good dream. So that's all from my side. I think I have given what I felt. Thank you so much, Mr. Atif. That's all from my side. So dream big and think big.
Okay. Thank you very much. 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots, and the next contestant who may be entered into the contest is Toastmaster Meher Tanveer.
Contest chair, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, you are visible. Please pin the timer. Okay. So our 8th contestant, Madam Toastmaster Meher Tanveer, what do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? What do you imagine yourself doing 10 years from now? Madam Toastmaster Meher Tanveer, your time starts.
Thank you, contest chair, for that very interesting question. Where do I imagine myself 10 years from now? Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that we all must have imagined or thought of or conjured up in our mind as we move along the trajectory of our employment or move along the trajectory of our schooling. Certainly, we all have some goals, some vision, some objective, some endpoint where we want to see ourselves, some character that we envision ourselves as becoming, some personality attribute that we want to imbibe in ourselves. Surely, this topic must have raised the same feelings, the same ambitions, and the same goals in your minds and hearts. So similarly, contest chair and ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow Toastmasters, I too have some dreams on which I feel that I have started on the path, and hopefully through this forum, this excellent platform of Toastmasters and my job, I will eventually reach. Fellow Toastmasters, I am a teacher by profession, but I was not always. I started off by being a computer science graduate. I had a love for engineering. I had a love for design. But as life passed on, ladies and gentlemen, I discovered that it was not materialism or money or fame or a certain stature that really led to the credentials of a person being a good person, but rather, as Denzel Washington said, not to go for to make a living, but to actually do something that would make a change in someone's life. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I have this vision of becoming a life coach for teenagers, a life coach for young adults, a life coach where I can share my personal experiences and the troubles and the turbulent phases that I have faced in life professionally, personally. And so that they know that someone is there backing them up, supporting their dream. Fellow Toastmasters, certainly is important to have an ambition and a vision. But more importantly, it is also important to be surrounded by the right kind of people who can guide you to that destination. And ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the teachers who have brought me to this platform today, I hope I can fulfill that role for someone else tomorrow. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that was all about the Group D. So now the judges can take their 5 minutes to mark their ballots, but we are going to start with Group C. So are the contestants from Group C all in the breakout room? I would like to reconfirm from Sergeant at Arms. I had shared the list. So
The room, I'll move them right away. Madam Toastmaster Vanya is missing. Are you there by any other name? Toastmaster Vanya?
Madam Toastmaster Vania Ahmed Abbasi. That's the full name, I believe. So please check.
Toastmaster Muhammad Ali, the first contestant. Are you there?
So how many contestants have been sent to the breakout room? Can you confirm?
7 contestants are assigned. I'll send them right away. But
Muhammad Ali, Toastmaster Colonel Muhammad Ali and Madam Toastmaster Vania Abbasi, they are not there, right?
Right.
Okay. So I believe we need to start, and once, if they join, we can immediately send to the breakout room. And for the time being, please let Toastmaster Ahmed Suleiman Zahid enter the contest room.
the rest are on their way. I'll confirm as soon as they have joined.
Okay. So should we start with Ahmed Suleiman, Toastmaster Ahmed Suleiman? The timer has to confirm.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, please pin the timer.
Toastmaster
Yes, I have
Vanya is in the waiting room.
Yes, yes, somebody is in the waiting room. Please check.
Yes, just a moment. Let me assign her to the breakout room.
We can keep her in the waiting room and have her in the second place if it's convenient for you.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. Okay, the timer has to confirm when I can start with the Group C. Okay, so Toastmaster Azam, right, great. Okay, so starting with Group C, our first contestant is Toastmaster Ahmed Suleiman Zahid. So are you with us? I can't, yes, okay, okay, great, great.
Yes.
Yeah, Toastmaster Ahmed Suleiman Zahid. The question is, what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Ahmed Suleiman Zahid, time starts.
Rahim. Can I start now?
Sure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, DTM and contest chair, for giving this opportunity. The question is very interesting. What makes a person beautiful? With the word beauty, we can understand there are 2 types of beauties. The first type of beauty which you see outside the world, you like beauty of the nature, you like beauty of a human, you like beauty of different types of material things. But there is another type of beauty which is in the inner self of a person, which is called sirat in Arabic word and in Urdu also, which is the beauty of a human from his inner self. So, in my opinion, and being a Muslim also, we believe that a person has made by God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, beautiful or not, it's not under his control, but a good sirat, good habits, a beauty in your inner self, your good habits, your philanthropist activities, your love to your family members, your love to your relatives, to your society, your philanthropist activities, and your contribution towards your society, that gives you a beauty. And this is the real beauty of a human, which I think should be in every human. And as a human, as a Muslim, I have a strong belief on that. Thank you very much. Over to you, contest chair.
Okay, thank you very much. 1 minute of silence, and the next contestant, Toastmaster, Madam Toastmaster Vania Abbasi, may be admitted here. Toastmaster Vania Abbasi, if you are here, please check your mic, check your camera. Okay, so do we have the next contestant, Toastmaster Vania Abbasi?
She's joining from the waiting room, but she may be having technical issues.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, let's have the next contestant in.
Okay. Okay, so please let Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor in. Toastmaster Vania Abbasi is also here, and so are we not letting Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor enter? So Sergeant at Arms is requested to confirm.
They have both entered. So let's move one.
I think if we have to go by number, then I think Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor may be requested to wait because it's the turn of Madam Toastmaster Vania Abbasi. Sergeant at Arms technical host has to confirm when it's done, and the timer is going to announce when the 1 minute is over. Okay, the technical host is requested to confirm if Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor is back in the breakout room.
Toastmaster Vakar, you will have to wait for 2 minutes. Toastmaster Vania Abasi is here. She will be delivering her speech because you were earlier facing some technical issue. So we request you to please move back to the breakout room.
It looks like I can't move you back to the same room, so I'll move you to a separate room.
You can put in the waiting room as well.
Yes, sure, let's do that. Okay, please go ahead.
So Toastmaster Vania Abasi, your mic is on, I believe, and you have pinned the timer as well. Okay. So our second contestant, Madam Toastmaster Vania Abasi, your topic is what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Madam Toastmaster Vania Ahmed Abbasi, your time starts.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, fellow Toastmasters. This is Toastmaster Vania Ahmed Abbasi, Vice President Education of Dallas Ideation Toastmasters Club. Now, what makes a person beautiful? What makes you different is what makes you beautiful. Once you accept your differences, you become beautiful automatically. Once you accept who you are, your imperfections, your perfections, you immediately become a beautiful person. I had accepted in 8th grade that the comments that I'm getting from my teachers will make me move forward. And I accepted that. My English wasn't perfect. My reading wasn't good. My handwriting was crooked and a lot like that kid in the movie. I worked hard on it. And today, teachers ask me to write certificates. Today, people ask me to deliver speeches and talks. And I'm right here, standing in a Toastmasters meeting, delivering this talk. Once you accept your differences, you become beautiful. Once you accept who you are, and being yourself is the most beautiful thing. Imagine you are at some place and you're not being yourself. You're trying to mimic someone or trying to be someone else. Believe me, you will not be able to give your best. Once you are yourself, you automatically appear beautiful. There's another thing that I've experienced. When I wear nice clothes, I feel beautiful. So I would suggest to wear nice clothes, wear your confidence, not on your nose, but in your mind and in your heart. And know that you can do it. Once you believe and you can do it, you can probably conquer Mount Everest or probably a country. So that is all from myself. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. The timers is requested to start timing 1 minute of silence. And meanwhile, we can let Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor in.
Please confirm me, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please pin the timer meanwhile.
All right. I am audible and viewable, right?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Okay. So our third contestant, Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor, your topic is what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor, time starts.
Fellow Toastmasters and distinguished guests, do you think, can money make a person beautiful? Or can the physical beauty make a person beautiful? Or can his dressing, gadgets like cell phone or watch make him beautiful? Well, if you think so, I must counter you that you are wrong. Because a person can never be beautiful from such physical appearances or from the money and physical and materialistic world. In order for you to be beautiful, you need to have a beautiful heart, where you love not only yourself, but others, including your friends, your family members, and those who you do not know. It's not necessary that you help only those people who do you know. So therefore we say, great people lives for others. If you truly want to achieve the purpose of life, if you truly want to be successful in your life, if you truly want to be satisfied in your life, you need to have a beautiful heart so that people will love you no matter how do you look, what do you wear, what do you have. Whenever you satisfy someone, whenever you help someone, you will have so much satisfaction in your life that there is no comparison to that. There cannot be anything more beautiful than that. So I would urge, and I would say, and I would compel that if you want to be a beautiful person, be a beautiful heart, have a beautiful heart so that people will love you themselves. You would not need a fair and lovely for that. Over to you, contest chair.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Again, the timer is requested to start timing 1 minute of silence, and the Sergeant at Arms is requested to let the next contestant, Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari, enter the contest room. Okay, 1 minute is over, and may I see Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari? He is with us.
I believe he got disconnected.
Okay, so should we wait for his reconnection for 30 seconds, or I believe we should call upon the next contestant, and if he joins, we will request him to wait in the waiting room. So the next contestant is Toastmaster Muhammad Osama Malik. So can you kindly let him in?
Yes, sure. I'll ask him to go.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, Osama Malik, walaikum salam. Please pin the timer.
Done.
Okay, so Toastmaster Muhammad Osama Malik, our fifth contestant, our fourth contestant for today. Our fourth contestant for today, Toastmaster Muhammad Osama Malik. The topic is, what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Muhammad Osama Malik, your time starts.
For me, beauty always lies in the eyes of the beholder. That basically makes beauty a very subjective matter. Uh, so what I would say is that everybody has a different, scale for measuring beauty, and beauty can also be within the living things or the non-living things, or it can be only specific to feminine beauty. So we need to touch on everything step by step, just to get to know what beauty actually is. For example, it's a very recently it has come to light that Black Lives Matter. So where that all comes from? Perception within the white community. I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit political, but perception with the white community is that beauty lies only with the white people. But that's not the case actually. If you look around, you'll find a lot of people who don't have the extremely white or fair complexion, but still they look very beautiful and they have a very good skin tone. Coming towards the beauty in the nature. So beauty in nature can be or natural or artificial. It can be both ways. Artificial beauty, for example, somebody likes Burj Al Khalifa. It's a tall skyscraper made by man. It's an engineering marvel. But at the same time, somebody would enjoy the Margalla Hills, for example. The greenery, the scenery, and everything. It would, be a soothing. It will have a soothing effect on the eyes of the viewer. So, and coming to the feminine part of beauty, so beauty is always associated with, a girl or a female or a woman can be beautiful, but then again, if you ask the women, they'll have the other side of the story as well. So, beauty in my perspective, in my opinion, although I'm no expert on the beauty, but then again, my own personal opinion on beauty would be that it is a very subjective matter. Beauty can be in a moment. Me talking to my daughter, my daughter waking up in the morning saying, Papa, Assalamu alaikum, that's beauty to me as well. So I believe beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and that's about it. Thank you, Toastmaster.
Thank you very much. 1 minute of silence, and I'll request Sergeant at Arms to check if Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari is back or not, because I see a few people in the waiting room. If he's not here, then we have to call upon Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. And if Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari has joined, we'll call him.
Ji, sir, what's the topic, sir?
Imran Nadeem Ansari, okay. Okay, our fifth contestant is Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari. And let me check the timer. Timer is 1 minute of silence over.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari, the question is, what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Imran Nadeem Ansari, your time starts.
Thank you, Toastmaster Atif. What makes a person beautiful? In my opinion, what makes a person beautiful is its character. It's not the appearance. It's not, you can say, the wealth. It is nothing. It's the character, the way you talk to others, the way you treat others, the way you show respect to others. So those things that makes a person beautiful. I would like to narrate some of instances that I think I have just learned from my experiences. I am a person who used to connect with different persons. I go and ask for funds. I used to meet different peoples, and I used to interact with people on daily basis. either it's on call, it's one-to-one meetings. These are the things. And what I have learned, that some person who are very arrogant, they don't treat people with respect. That's where they lose all their charm. They are not, you can say the respect, they don't give the respect. But yes, on the other hand, I have seen some of the persons that give respect to a person, that, okay, please sit down, welcome, greet them in a very professional and in a very courteous manner. So that builds their structure. Their structure is much more than any ordinary man. So I think so that's the character, the way you talk, the politeness, that makes your character, and that is what I think should be in a person. So that's what I think so. It's the character, it's the way you talk to people, and all other things, those are secondary. That doesn't mean anything. So that's my opinion. So over to Toastmaster.
Thank you very much. Again, we'll observe 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. The timer is requested to time that 1 minute. And meanwhile, I'll request the Sergeant at Arms to call upon our next contestant, Toastmaster Arish Khan, I believe, or Jamal Ahmed Khan. Yes, just check.
Mr. Contestant, just confirming, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, you are visible. Please pin the timer.
Timer is Azam Ali, right?
Yes, that's right.
Perfect.
Toastmaster Azam, your card is green. Yes, okay. Okay, Toastmaster, our sixth contestant, Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. The topic is, what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. Time starts.
Fellow Toastmasters, respectable judges, ladies and gentlemen. If you have to ask this question, what makes a person beautiful, I would advise you that you visit F7 to the Duplex Beauty Salon. Over there, you would be treated with 10,000 birth treatment just to make you more beautiful. And while you do, just make sure that once you come out, you have something else which can be more instrumental to making you more beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about a beautiful heart. A beautiful heart which leads from compassion and which leads from empathy. A beautiful heart which understands you and which helps you. A beautiful heart which leads you and which makes you. And for me, this is what makes a person beautiful. You see, beauty lies within, and I really do believe it. However, my friend who doesn't seem to be a very attractive guy doesn't really believe so. He always used to have this complexity that, Jamal, I'm not beautiful. Jamal, I'm not attractive. Jamal, will someone ever marry me? And I told him, look, I know you're a beautiful person. I know you have a golden heart. I know you are someone who can influence someone's life. And I know you are one of the most beautiful persons that I've ever met. Needless to say, that person hasn't got married yet, but that person has been creating so much impact in this world, so much influence and so much legacy that he has come to the belief that beauty lies within. And it is our heart which makes us more beautiful. So fellow Toastmasters and ladies and gentlemen, The question really is, what makes you more beautiful? Is it your outer appearance or is it your heart which lies within? Over to you, Mr. Toastmaster.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, the timer is requested to time for 1 minute so that the judges may mark their ballots. And Sergeant at Arms is requested to let the next contestant in, Toastmaster Arish Khan. Is Toastmaster Arish with us? 1 minute is over.
He's on the way.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Arish, Toastmaster Arish, you are audible and visible. Please pin the timer. Our seventh contestant, Toastmaster Arish Khan, your topic is what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Arish Khan, the time starts.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, DTM Atif. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. What makes a person beautiful? I think apart from the external beauty that we have, what makes a person beautiful is that whether or not he's grateful towards people, he's grateful towards his life or not. That is something that makes people grateful. We human sort of have the tendency to focus on the negative things, right? We tend to focus more on the negative things, and that is why, we are sort of live a life, a kind of a life, full of misery and stuff. So only if you could pay attention towards the gratefulness of life, only you could focus towards the blessings that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you, I think that is how you can make your life beautiful. Like focusing on the fact that you have a beautiful family, Allah has granted you health, the fact that you're working somewhere, the fact that you have friends and siblings, and most important of all, you are getting food for 3 times, and then you're getting water and everything. All these things together. Plus, what matters the most is that Allah has given you 2 eyes, ears, nose, hands, legs. So if you just pay attention towards these things, you would realize that life is beautiful. Every bit of it is just excellent and beautiful. Those who focus on the negativities of life, they will never be happy, and they will never find life as beautiful. So that's my answer to the question. Thank you so much, TTM Atif Saab, for having me here. Thank you, and over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And the timer is requested to time for 1 minute for the judges to mark their ballots. And meanwhile, the Sergeant at Arms is requested to call upon the last contestant, that is Toastmaster Muhammad Usman Gulzari.
I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You are visible. Please pin the timer. Okay. So our eighth contestant for today in Group C, Toastmaster Muhammad Usman Gulzari. Your topic is what makes a person beautiful? What makes a person beautiful? Toastmaster Muhammad Usman Gulzari. Time starts.
There are about 8.7 million creations in the world. And out of these 8.7 million creations, only human beings are destined for heaven or hell. And the reason is because we all have been given the power of choice, power to choose our reality. Contest chair, respectable judges, and dear Toastmaster. What makes us beautiful is the beautiful choices we choose in our life. See, life is full of surprises. Sometimes life gives us lemon. And it says that when life gives you lemon, make a lemonade. And if you are able to make lemonade out of these lemons, this would make you beauty. Because what I believe that beauty is not just about that how do you look, but from the inside. And how do you make these inside, your inside stronger by making strong choices. Because sometimes I say that life gives you these kind of chilies in our life. And how do you respond to these chilies? How do you accept those chilies in our life? That would determine your reality. So in my view, what makes us beautiful, what makes us stand out from the rest of the crowd are the choices, are the beautiful choices we make. And here it is said that our destiny is shaped in the moment of decisions. So the decision that we choose makes us reality, and that's what makes us beautiful. Contest chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was all for the round C, and now we will give 5 minutes to the judges to mark their ballots and finalize them. And meanwhile, I'll request for the proceedings of town hall, and if we want to take a 5 minutes break, that needs to be announced by the coordinators.
I think we can take a 5 minutes break and then we can continue with the town hall, which will be starting with DTM Sameer's 1 minute tribute to the outgoing leadership, and then DTM Zunair can take over for the town hall proceedings.
Great, great. That's great. So, okay, let's meet again after 5 minutes and have your refreshments, because we can only offer virtual refreshments, not the real ones. So take them at your home and consider them from our side. Thank you very much.
So we will be reconvening at 5:25 exactly. Okay, Ji, it's 5:25 in my phone, so I believe it's time to reconvene. Everyone, if you're there, if you're back, can you please raise your virtual hands? Okay, I can see our district director. Okay, fine. Yes, you're raising real hands, not virtual hands. So good. Okay, so I believe we can carry on now. So everyone, first of all, superb round one. DTM Atif conducted it superbly. The topics were amazing, so amazing in fact that I wish I could be one of the speakers. And he always lives up to his reputation. That's all I can say, mashallah. And all the judges, especially the chief judge, DTM Rashid, since I was part of about 35 WhatsApp groups behind the scenes. So I was monitoring the activity, and there was a flurry of activity going on and still going on. So superb job, everyone, all the speakers. Couldn't have hoped for a better round one, mashallah. Now I will call upon immediate past district director Samir Hamid Dodi for his tribute to the outgoing district leadership. And after that, we'll have the town hall hosted by district director Zunair Zafar. Over to you, Samir Saab.
First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
fantastic. Thank you. There's no I in Toastmasters. However, there are TEAMS in the word Toastmasters. Fellow Toastmasters, we achieved incredible milestones in the first year. The first district to become Smedley Distinguished and one of the top districts in the world. There are many team members who helped us achieve this milestone. PQD, Zed Kalia, who put in a lot of effort in training and encouraging members to do educational projects, and whose efforts made the district conference a resounding success. CDG, Tala bin Hamid, whose efforts ensured club growth and also a high level of distinguished clubs. Our finance manager, DTM Rashid Dastagir, who kept careful track of the money, and by the way, is still in the process of working with Toastmasters International to close the accounts, which by the way is a complicated job. Our initial admin manager, DTM Shahid Kazi, and also the next admin manager, Ali Makil Khan, who did all the paperwork for the district conference. So I'm grateful for that. Then, of course, we had a young and dynamic PR manager, Kamar Shiraz, who did a brilliant job with PR and branding. And of course, the division and area leaders, DTM Anib, DTM Zunair, DTM Omer, DTM Atif, DTM Sherwani, Toastmaster Arsalan Sattar, and Toastmaster Najim Rizwe. So once again, thank you, team. It is only because of you and you alone that we managed to achieve a success. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Over to you.
Thank you so much, DTM Samir. What a roller coaster year it had been, and amazing to have you as our leader as well. And now it's time to hand over the charge to our district director, DTM Zunair Zafar, who will take over the proceedings from here for the town hall session. Everyone, please have a big round of virtual applause, or you can have real applause as well. There's no limit. So for our district director, the young, dynamic, certainly looks younger than me, far younger than me, so I can call him young. So DTM Zunair Zafar, over to you.
Thank you, DDM Salah. I can assure you I am younger than you. But thank you for that introduction. Thank you everyone for joining this session. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this first town hall meeting of District 122. Let's start with the why, because everybody should start with the why. Why are we having this event? Why is it called town hall? Why can't we come up with any other name? Well, I've already mentioned a number of times that during this year, there will be a lot of communication happening between the district and the members and all the clubs. And this is one of the things that we want to do, which is to bridge the gap or to bring closer the districts, the officers, and the members of this district. A town hall meeting is where all the officers Toastmasters, the persons who are responsible for certain position or roles, come together and present themselves in front of the whole country. I see some hands raised up.
Yes, your audio is breaking up. Could you please?
That's bad. Just a minute.
Good. I believe that was just me, but it seems the problem is common. Okay. Please adjust DTM's name.
I hope it's getting better now.
Yes, it's much. Sounds
okay. Great. So tweak the video a bit. So if my video quality is not that great, at least my audio will be bearable. So just go with that. So as I was saying, the objective of this town hall meeting is for all the officers to come in front of the whole of the membership, and membership can raise all their questions, concerns, any ideas that they want to share, and we are all ears. We are all here to listen to you, to meet with you, and to interact with you. And so that you can interact with us, get to know about us, get to give us ideas, get to know what we are doing, and be a part of it, which is really important, because irrespective if we have 20 people or 200 people, we need every hand on the deck. We need everyone to come and help us in achieving our combined dream. The last year was an amazing year, and DTM Sami, the past district director, has been very humble in his very short speech. But I think everyone knows and understands the amazing work that we have all cumulatively done in the past year. And of course, the credit goes to the team that was there in the past year to bring, who brought all of us together in the form of a district. And it must have been a difficult transition, because all the clubs were working independently previously, and then coming under a flag, a combined motive of this district. It's a big change, and we have achieved a lot of mileage in the first year, and we will keep on building on it in this year and the coming years as well. So a big round of applause, a virtual round of applause to the outgoing executive committee and the executive district council. A big round of applause for all of them for their efforts. And I do hope and pray, and I know that all of them, even those of the team members who are not in the teams in this year, they will be with us and help us in achieving our missions and during this time of transition, and help us in getting further. We will not let them get away anytime soon. We will still get them involved in many of the activities that are to come. So let's start with the introduction of this year's executive committee meeting. I'll share my screen, and hopefully my voice will not start breaking as I do so. If it happens, please someone raise a hand and tell me that there is a problem. I'll try not to go in full screen. I hope this is visible. If the technical host can raise his hand and tell me this is visible and my voice is not breaking. Okay, I see that as a sign, and I hope that, yeah. So let's meet the new year's leadership. You know some of them you don't know yet, but let's get to know all of them right now. So you know these three guys, myself, Talha bin Hamid, and Malik Umair, are the district director, program quality director, and club growth director, because you, through your votes, elected us. So we are here. Along with us are the three nominated positions, which is the finance manager, Adnan Hamid Khoker from CA Toastmasters Club, Lahore, Noreen Fatma, administration manager from Islamabad Toastmasters Club, and Ahmed Sajjad Zaidi, public relations manager, and the technical host for today's event from Rawalpindi Toastmasters Club. Also, we have the Division A Director, DTM Atif Irfan Sheikh, and Division B Director, DTM Rashid Dastagir. Again, both of the positions that you made possible for them to be in this executive committee. Thank you for that. And the team could not have been complete without the immediate past district director, the amazing DTM Samir Hamid Jodi. Now, this is the core group, and along with that, we have the division and area directors also with us in the executive committee. And the area directors that we this year nominated after getting some votes done or the consensus of the area councils. Our Area 1 Director, Toastmaster Urusa Kamal from Karachi Toastmasters Club, Area 2 Director Farooq Ahmed Siddiqui from Express Toastmasters Club. Area 3 Director Fahad Hashmi from CA Toastmasters Club, Karachi. Next up is Area 4 Director Toastmasters Zishan Azhar from Ravi Toastmasters Club and Banu Mukhtar Toastmasters Club. Area 5 Director Distinguished Toastmaster Muhammad Nadeem from Lahore Toastmasters Club. Area 6 Director Toastmasters Zishan Abid from ICAP Toastmasters Club, Faisalabad. Area 7 Director Toastmaster Ghulam Abbas from CA Toastmasters Club, Lahore. Area 8 Director Kashif Saigal from CA Toastmasters Club, Peshawar. And Area 9 Director Toastmaster Anas Mansoor. He is a member of a number of clubs, including Islamabad Toastmasters Club and I believe Rawalpindi Toastmasters Club as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the executive committee for the year 2020-2021. You can give them a huge round of applause, a virtual, or you can give them, an actual applause as well, although your mics are not on. But still, thank you for your support. And these are the people who will be assisting the whole of the working of the district in this year. I'll go to the council in a bit, but before I go to that, I'm not going to take any oaths from all of these guys, but some suggestions for all of these executive committee members in front of all of you so that you can later remind them of these things. Now that you are an officer of the district, it is your responsibility to raise yourself above your clubs, above your areas, above your district, and to think of the bigger good of Toastmasters International and all of the district. Please, when you are doing something, when you're communicating with people, always remember that yes, you are a member of a club or area or division, but you are there to represent the district and you are there to facilitate everyone, because every member of the district and every member of Toastmasters will be affected by your actions. So please always consider this in mind while facilitating your areas, your clubs, your divisions, and the whole of the district. Now, along with these executive committee members, we have 18 executive committee members this time, which is of course larger than the last time, and inshallah next year it will be much more bigger committee. But along with that, we also have the district council. Now, district council comprises of the district executive committee and the presidents and vice president education of all the clubs of that district. And combining all of that, we have somewhere around 80 members of the whole council. Taking you quickly through the names of the council members, starting with in a flow where starting from the oldest club to the youngest club of the district. Representing Karachi Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Ursa Kawal and Distinguished Toastmaster Talha bin Hamid. Representing Express Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Muhammad Farhan Ayyub and Agha Faisal Hassan. Representing Husne Khitabat Toastmasters Club, DTM Muhammad Rashid Dastagir and Toastmaster Muhammad Farooq. Representing Islamabad Toastmasters Club, Sayyid Noman Abid and Toastmaster Muhammad Bilal. Representing Lahore Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Abdul Wahab Khan and Toastmaster Khwaja Saifur Rahman. Representing ICAP Toastmasters Club, ICMA Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Muhammad Shraib and Toastmaster Sayyid Farasat Hussain. Representing CA Toastmasters Club Lahore, Toastmaster Muhammad Asim and Toastmaster Adnan Hamid Kokar. Representing ICMAP Toastmaster Club Lahore, Toastmaster Ghulam Fareed and Toastmaster Muhammad Yasin Mia. Representing ICAP Toastmasters Club Islamabad, Toastmaster Anil Peter and Toastmaster Athar Ahmed. Interesting thing, both of these guys are the winner and second place winner of the International Speech Contest and Evaluation Contest for the last year. So clearly, if you win contests, you can win club elections. Representing CA Toastmasters Club Karachi, we have Distinguished Toastmaster Zaid Kalia and Toastmaster Vakar Manzoor. Representing Hub Toastmasters Club, we have Ahmed Aftab and Toastmaster Hassan Javed Mehman. Representing Crescent Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Azam Wasim and Toastmaster Sabra Tanveer. Representing Professional Toastmasters at Lums, Toastmaster Usama Mahmood, and Toastmaster Rabia Sajjad Dar. Representing DJ Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Rabia Meher Ali, and Toastmaster Sundas Fayaz. Representing Bayer Pakistan Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Syed Shah Faisal, and Toastmaster Christine D'Souza. Representing UE Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Humaira Irfan Khan and Toastmaster Aisha Akram. Representing ICAP Toastmasters Club, Faisalabad, Toastmaster Usman Ehsan and Toastmaster Muzambil Mushtaq. Representing Rawalpindi Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Akash Kumar and Toastmaster Daniel Ahmed. Representing Banu Mukhtar Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Rehan Rauf and Toastmaster Mahid Javed Sheikh. Representing Zenith Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Faya Akhtar and Distinguished Toastmaster Danish Amin. Representing Storytellers Toastmaster Club, Toastmaster Syed Shahzev and Toastmaster Sabah Khan. Representing Tara Data Islamabad Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Muhammad Umar and Toastmaster Hassan Javed. From CA Toastmasters Club, Peshawar, Toastmaster Kashif Saigal and Toastmaster Shahid Iqbal Khatak. Representing Ravi Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Aruj Rahat and Muhammad Ashar. Representing Imamba Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Varda Mudassar and Toastmaster Maraj Khan. Representing EY Fort Roads Toastmasters Club Lahore, that's a lengthy name, Toastmaster Muhammad Awais and Toastmaster Muhammad Ali Kamar. Representing DAOs, IBHM Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Iram Ghayas and Toastmaster Vanya Ahmed. Representing Century Paper Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Azam Ali Sayed and Toastmaster Ahmed Adnan. Representing Terra Data Lahore Toastmasters Club, Toastmaster Yasir Fayaz and Toastmaster Aslan Nadeem. And last but not least, the final club up till now, Toastmaster Ocean Hub Toastmasters, Toastmaster Asim Rifat Khan and Toastmaster Saroj Salim. These are the officers, these are the council members for the year 2020-2021, and these are the people who will be taking all the major decisions on behalf of the membership of District 122 Territorial Council. So if you have any suggestions, any ideas, or anything that you want to raise, any point that you want to raise, please get in contact with any of these members because all of us are connected. All of us have a lot of discussion in our WhatsApp groups, and they will be able to take your point forward to the decision makers or the persons who are responsible for taking action on those points. Also, it goes the other way around as well. For these council members, for all of these officers, you're also a member of your club. So whatever is discussed or whatever is decided within the council and which is to be disseminated, please disseminate them in your club. Let your club members know of whatever is the district up to, whatever the district council is thinking, so that everyone feels involved. Everyone gets to know about what's happening, why is it happening, and what is expected of them. I understand we are short of time, so I'll try to squeeze my things before we move on to our keynote speaker, and after that we'll have the question and answer session in which you can ask question from any officer of the district as well as the keynote speaker. Hopefully not the same question from both. However, some of the things, some of the updates that I wanted to mention. We have been in our office for 11 and a half days now. This is the 12th day. And what have we been up to? Well, we have been up to a lot of meetings, a lot of planning, a lot of discussions amongst different groups between the trio, between the club board director and PR manager about the program quality and everything associated with that. So let me give you a brief update of these 12 days and a bit about the plan for the upcoming year. First of all, there's a lot happening with the transition even as of now. So that's something that when we hand over to the next year, we will be quite focusing it on towards the end of the next year, so that we can prepare the next year's executive committee to be ready when the year starts. However, along with that, our club officer training has been planned, and it will be a 3-day event. 2 days in July and 1 day in August on the 15th of August. The dates have been announced, but the agenda will be circulated soon. So make sure that you take out time and you attend this session, because not only all the club officers get to learn, but the clubs also get points towards the club's distinguished program credit. So make sure to take out time, make sure to attend. We will be keeping it within 3 hours each day so that it's not a burden. But we have a lot of things planned and we're trying to squeeze all of them in these 3 sessions. Also, we'll have many of some amazing Toastmasters coming in from within Pakistan and outside to tell you about their experiences. After the club officer training, we also have the division and area officer training, which will be overlapping with the last day, and it will also be going on the 16th of August. So all the division and area directors will also get to learn a lot of amazing things from the past years officers and from some officers coming in from outside to guide them about how they can be more effective in their roles. Along with that, we need many more people to assist us in conducting all of these amazing activities. So this is one of the sessions that we are conducting in which we arranged this toast battle, which is an informal way of getting everyone excited about the new year. And as you have noticed, there are many officers, many Toastmasters who are playing a role in it. Like we have 30 judges. So that means we need a lot of people in arranging all of the stuff that we want to do district-wide. So if you think you can be effective, then please let us know. Get in contact with any of these officers and tell them your great ideas and how you can contribute to all of these things. We will also be sending out a form where you can fill in to show your interest and your expertise so that we can get you involved. On the club growth side, the year has just started, but a lot is planned. We are also planning a fully online meeting, online club, on which 2 meetings have already been held. If you want more information on that, get in contact with DTM Malik Umair. Also, we need a lot of leads. We are 30 clubs right now. In order to be a district, full-fledged district, we need more than 60 clubs. That means 30 more clubs, but 30 is not the number that we are looking for. We are looking for a much bigger number. And we have 666 members. So if every member can come up with one name, with one location, with one idea where we can start a new club, and they'll get to head that initiative as well, then we can grow into many districts, much more than one, definitely. So we can do that. Why not? It's totally possible. So come up with your ideas. Think about where you work. Can we have a Toastmasters club there? Where you go? Which organization are you associated with? Which university did you go to? Which school are you associated with? Is there any location within your community where you live, where you can start a new club? Let us know. We will support you in starting a club there. And sometime very soon, we can not only become a full-fledged district, but many districts. So for that, also get in contact with DTM Malik Umair, the club growth director. On the PR side, of course, we need to communicate a lot. This is one of those activities. A lot more will be happening sometime soon. And also for that, we need many hands on deck. We need many people to take care of our Facebook page, our newly started Twitter handle. We now have a Twitter handle, so go to Twitter and search for District 122 TI, which is the handle of our district's Toastmaster and district Twitter account, and follow that so that you can get some activity there. You can retweet so that other people on Twitter get to know about it. We'll also be starting a YouTube page. So all of these activities require many people to handle this stuff so that we can make a major impact. If you are good with all of these things, get in contact with Toastmaster Ahmed Sajjad Zaidi, because he is looking for leaders like you. All of these things, apart from that, a lot needs to happen, and for that, like I've said, we have been planning. So the calendar will be up in the next week. We are working on it. We are discussing and deliberating as we speak, and it reflects all of the activities so that the clubs can plan in which month they will be having their contacts. The areas can plan when they need to conduct something, divisions and the districts. So everything is written. It's a pretty comprehensive thing, and we have spent a lot of time. So when it does get updated on the district's website, which yes, district has a website, when it goes on the district website, get to see that. so that you can get to learn about all the activities that are happening or that are about to happen, and so that you can prepare for it. These are some of the things that I wanted to share right now. There's a lot more happening, and I'll be communicating, or the district officers will be communicating with you on all of these things. So keep tuned, keep following the district's Facebook page. Go and join the district's Facebook group. Follow the Twitter handle, like the YouTube page as it gets announced, and help us in achieving all of the things that all of us have in mind and all of us are planning. We need your ideas, we need your suggestions. There's a lot to be done, and for that I'm really thankful. I'm really thankful to all of you who turned up today, and I'm really looking forward to the next session when we'll be communicating. Our next town hall, by the way, will be sometime in December, which will be towards the mid of our term, so that you can gauge how our first half was and give us ideas about the next half. Now, you will be able to ask any questions that you want, but before that, we will like to have a keynote speech from an amazing Toastmaster who is coming in all the way from Canada to speak to all of you. Our keynote speaker is Jim Kokochi. He's a distinguished Toastmaster. He's an entrepreneur and a business consultant residing in St. John, Canada. As a volunteer, he is a member of the board of Lash St. John, which is a part of a worldwide network of communities for people with intellectual disabilities. DDM Kokochi previously worked for 30 years in a telecommunication provider, Bell, Alliant, and its related companies. He delivers presentations on leadership, protecting self-esteem, managing conflict, business modeling, and public relations and marketing. He's an amazing person. If you get to see him on YouTube, you'll learn that he is very good with large crowds. As a dedicated Toastmaster for more than 30 years, his home club is in St. John Toastmasters in his home city. He is a distinguished Toastmaster. He has served on Toastmaster International Board for 5 years, out of which he was the international president in year 2015 to 2016. Now, of course, there's a lot that happened in his term, but one of the most significant and most interesting things, particularly considering the scenario these days, is that during his time as the president, a lot of changes were made to the bylaws to recognize and support online clubs. Prior to that, the bylaws indicated that all clubs must meet in person. And in these days, since we are meeting virtually because of this COVID-19 situation, and a lot of changes are being made, but the base of it was set back in 2016, due to which Toastmasters International was so agile in adopting to the online mode of communication and meeting. And we are really proud of the achievements that Jim has done in his career, and let's learn from him. He's going to speak on the topic leadership in 2020. Please help me welcome with a huge round of applause, distinguished Toastmaster and past international president, Jim Kokochi.
Thank you, Mr. District Director. Tremendous speech, tremendous introduction. I appreciate that so much. And it's great to be with a group of achievers today. My gracious, I was looking at your results, and you started the year with 23 clubs, and all of them are distinguished. You've grown by another 7 clubs, first to reach Smedley's level. Tremendous achievements, and I congratulate you on that. I must say your speech and your introduction of the new leaders reminded me, when you spoke about the new area directors, I remember being an area director way back when, a very long time ago. It was probably my first significant step in leadership. And it might seem odd for me to say this in 2020 based on positions I've held, but I remember being very nervous. And I remember my first visit as an area director, and I was thinking before I went into the meeting, I said, who am I? How are they going to react? What will I say? I had some doubts. But if you're having those doubts as an area director, some of you may be very confident, but some of you may have doubts like I had at the time. Please talk to your mentors. It will go well. You will be respected, and it's a tremendous growth opportunity. A few things I'll talk to you today. I want to talk about why I stay involved in Toastmasters. I'm going to talk about leadership in general as well, and probably bridge into some leadership today. So I like to talk to members and people who aren't yet members about why I stay in Toastmasters, and I'll take you through that. But when I do that, I'm playing a trick on people, because when I talk about why I stay, I'm also I'm giving people a good reason to join. So here's my routine. I say to people, look, I stay for 3 reasons. I understand that if you want to be strong as a communicator or you want to be strong as a leader, there's 3 things you need. You need knowledge, you need practice, you need feedback. And most people will nod when I say that. I'll say knowledge about public speaking. It's about gestures, organizational techniques, audience analysis. It's about eye contact and vocal variety. There's a lot of knowledge you need to be a strong speaker. And you can get that from books or one-day courses. You can watch TED Talks. You can watch YouTube videos. You can get the knowledge. But knowledge alone does not make you a great speaker. And people will not. So you need practice because these are skills. You need a place where you can practice. If you're a teacher, if you're a salesperson, you might be making presentations. But otherwise, where are you going to be in a situation where you can plan a speech, deliver a speech, realize it might not go exactly as you plan, but it's still very good? Where's an environment where you can practice these skills? People will nod. See, the third thing you need is feedback. You need somebody to say, look, these are some areas you're very strong. These are some opportunities for improvement. So do more of the things you're strong at. Maybe stop doing the things you're not good at, or find ways to improve upon those. And you can get feedback from coaches, from mentors. But what I'm proud, and as you know, the sales pitch becomes, we bundle all those things into Toastmasters. We will provide you with a base of knowledge that you can supplement from other places. We'll provide you a place to practice on a regular basis. We'll give you a chance to plan a speech, deliver a speech, and get feedback. And that's the feedback component. You will get feedback from evaluators who give you their point of view on how you can be stronger and become a better communicator. So that's the reason I stay. One of the reasons I stay. There's many reasons to stay in Toastmasters. I love the effect we have on people, how we change people's lives. But personally, for my skills, I need a place to practice these skills and to get feedback from people who help me get better. So I tell that story to let people know why I stay, but additionally, it gives people a reason to join. So I hope perhaps you can find that helpful in your path to getting to 60 clubs and 100 clubs and 200 clubs some days. When we talk about leadership, there's an article I read some time ago, and if you're interested in this, I'll tell you the name at the end, but I read something a long time ago that helped me realize one of the reasons we're so powerful at developing leaders in Toastmasters. And a gentleman wrote an article in Harvard Business Review. It's online, and he started the article. It was only about 10 columns long or 10 paragraphs long. It was just full of wisdom. So he started by writing, and he said, look, my job is to work with big corporations and to help them identify emerging talent and put together plans to develop that talent so that they've got a good leadership pool for years and years. And then he wrote, I had a very interesting assignment. I had to speak to some kids who were in grade 3. So these kids would be 8 or 9 years old. He said, what do you talk about? How do you talk about leadership with kids who are 8 and 9 years old? And then the article continued. He said, leadership for kids who are 8 and 9 years old, it's not about mission statements. It's not about dealing with non-performers, people not doing their jobs. It's not about strategic plans. It's about protecting the self-esteem of your colleagues. It's about learning to focus on problems and not quirky personalities. So I read that and I got goosebumps, actually. I said, that's leadership at every level. That's all our jobs. It's protecting the self-esteem of our colleagues while meeting team goals. It's working on solving problems and not obsessing on strange behaviors that we're uncomfortable with. So I read that and I thought that really resonates as a Toastmaster. And I'm sure you can see, we practice protecting the self-esteem of our colleagues, don't we? When somebody does an icebreaker speech and they race to it in 2.5 minutes, like I did, and they had 30 ums and ahs, like I did, we don't cut them down and say, you've got to speak longer, you've got to eliminate those ums and ahs. We do a very good job of giving them feedback so they will continue to improve, and we protect their self-esteem. And we work to focus on problems and not personalities and positions. Here's an example. If someone gave a speech that was on a position that you violently disagreed with, you don't attack the argument, you focus on the speech. We evaluate speeches on structure, on effectiveness. So we learn to separate emotions and reactions to analyze quite differently. So we practice those skills protecting self-esteem, focusing on problems, not personalities. And that's so vital for leadership. That's so vital in our world today. I'll mention this gentleman continued to write, and he said, when he got back to his office, he said, look, we train so many people in leadership. Find out for me, do a sample, what's the average age of people when they come to us for their first ever leadership training? So his staff came back and said, we've done a sample, we've done some analysis, and the average age is 42 years of age. He said, well, that's interesting. He said, find out for me, do a sample, find out when they get promoted to leadership. When do they first get their first formal leadership position? So they did a sample and they came back and they said, well, it looks like they get promoted when they're 33. So he said, and I hope you're saying, he said, well, if they're promoted at 33 and they get their first ever leadership training at 42, what are those 9 years like for people who need to report to these folks? So I hope you take pride in the position you're occupying and you realize the depth of leadership experience you're getting by serving as an evaluator, serving as a knot counter, serving as a Toastmaster for events like these. You're getting tremendous leadership experience that will help you at every stage of your career in serving your communities, in serving your businesses, and serving your religious institutions. You've got tremendous opportunity to develop here. And so while we're serving Toastmasters, we're developing our skills. Our mission is to empower people to become more effective communicators and leaders. So we're building your skills, we're building my skills, so that we're more effective in serving the world. And that's so critical these days. I want to make some comments about our situation here in 2020. It's a weird time, isn't it, with COVID and all the changes we've had to go through. So just a few comments around that. I've been taking people through this when I've been speaking with them about leadership in 2020. And like, first priority is take care of yourself. You know, we're living in unprecedented times. And if you're leading a family, if you're leading an organization, if you're leading an area, a district, a club, take care of your physical health and your mental health. We've got stresses on us these days that we don't entirely understand, and we'll only understand in retrospect. But there's tremendous stresses. And be kind to yourself at the same time, because, you know, in normal situations, I know you're all very competent leaders. These are not normal situations. We need to adapt very quickly. When I talk to my friends who are running businesses, restaurants, etc., they tell me the terms they need to operate under are changing very often. That's a lot of stress to deal with. That's a lot of information to deal with. That's a lot of responsibility to manage staff and take them through that. So please do be kind to yourself. Avoid self-criticism. We're in unprecedented times and you've got new stresses on you. So take care of yourself. Take care of your physical health. Take care of your mental health. And be kind to other people. I've watched people behave oddly in grocery stores and retail stores, and everybody's trying to cope and manage with these strange situations. So it's a good time to recognize that everybody's doing the best they can, and let's be kind to one another. We also need to reframe situations in this time. I've heard people say, oh, this is terrible, I can't meet with my friends. Well, if you reframe that, yeah, you can meet with your friends, but it's a different venue, isn't it? It's over Zoom, it's over Skype, it's over FaceTime. You can meet with friends, and increasingly we're seeing bubbles where people can have some more interaction, but you need to reframe the situation. There's a quote I like. I read quite recently the book from Andre Agassi, the famous tennis player, won, I think, 5 US Opens, a lot of major titles. His book is titled One, and in it he writes about controlling what you can control. And his example is, he said, look, I was a tennis player. I didn't have a strong serve, and that's not a tool that he had available to him. And he was subject to people who could serve the ball 140 miles an hour. So he had to focus on his strength. His strength was his backhand. So he became very good at reading subtle signs that his opposing players would make to understand where they were going to hit the ball. And he'd do all he could to make sure he could receive it on his backhand. So in that manner, he was controlling what he can control. And that's what we all need to do, whether it's COVID or some other project we're involved in. We need to control what's under our control. And the final thing I'll say around this is, make sure you're connecting with people. I think you're doing a good job on that. Like, this is my first, I see some familiar faces, but for many, it's my first exposure to you. But it's critical at these times in 2020 that we're connecting with friends, connecting with neighbors, being friendly, and connecting with people, because there's been a lot of self-isolation and enforced isolation. We need to find opportunities like this to connect with people and connect as human beings. So look, I'm inspired by your success thus far. I'm looking forward to seeing further successes from District 122 Territorial Council. I look forward to seeing you becoming a full district. And in 2021, in August, we will meet in Paris. I hope to see many of you there and reconnect with some that I've already met and some that I've yet to connect with. So for all the people taking leadership positions in your clubs, your areas, in your district positions, in your communities, I ask you to cherish the experience, realize the opportunity you've got to practice those leadership skills here in Toastmasters, and serve your world, where our mission is to empower you to become a more effective communicator and leader. Enjoy the experience, and let's bring more people into Toastmasters. Mr. Director.
Sorry, I like to talk to myself. Thank you for that very wonderful speech, Jim. We really enjoyed it and got to learn a lot from this. Now, jumping straight into the question session, if anyone has a question, please raise your hand in the virtually, so that we can unmute you and we can hear what the question is. Please also tell to whom this question is addressed, and please make a short question and not a comment. We can have a comment later. We want to give time to as many people. Yeah.
Yes, your audio is breaking up again.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you got to hear what I was saying. This is the time if you want to raise any question, comments, or anything that you want to say. Please go ahead. Okay, or you can simply set it in the chat and we'll review from there as well. One of the questions that I just received last week on my WhatsApp was about gender balance. This is the first year in which we have two female leaders in our executive committee. I understand that it's not only 10%, it's not less enough, but we are going in that direction. And I can tell you how. Because in our district council, we have 25% leaders. So hopefully in the next year, we'll see more of them in the leadership roles in areas that we have also remaining district roles as well. And we'll hopefully go towards a much balanced executive committee. That's something that you realize, and we are trying to address that. However, we have to understand that it's not within the responsibilities, somehow embedded within the whole structure. Okay, the voice I'm getting message is still distorted. Is the voice any better? Okay. Right. If there are any questions, please raise your hand virtually so that we can unmute you and take your questions. Otherwise, I was addressing one of the questions that I received about the gender balance. It's something that we are addressing. We are going towards that, but we are not yet there. We have made progress. We have 10% female leadership in the ExCom and 25% within the council. Okay, that's a question from Mirza Mohammad Wali Beg. How can we take Toastmasters Club to the remote areas of Pakistan in this time with all COVID-19 situation? We cannot even travel, and those places don't even have a good internet service like Hunza, where the literacy rate is really high? Well, first of all Toastmasters, all members of the district are ambassadors. So if you belong to any area where we currently don't have a Toastmasters club, for example, we have 5 cities or 6 cities in Pakistan where we have Toastmasters club, and we have members from all of them within the executive committee this year, which is amazing. But if you belong to any area where you think there could be a Toastmasters club and currently it's not, you can go there and give the message. Understand if there is no internet connection and if travel is not possible, then that's a barrier. But some of the people might be back to their homes because of this situation. So if you do get to visit back home, let them know about this program. Conduct a small session for them, where they can learn about it, and maybe they can start having in-person meetings when things are better. However, there will be some constraints. We do realize that, but again, there are many places where there is reasonable internet connection, and I think Zoom, of course, it has a lot of troubles. Even my voice is having trouble at the time, but we can reach out and we can, try to spread our message as much as possible within the whole of the country. I hope I've addressed that. Yeah. Do we have any question? Can the co-host please let me know if there is any hand raised? Right, I don't see any questions. I don't see any hands raised. It can either mean people are too happy or that they have lost hope. And I'm hopeful that it's the first thing. However, if you have still any questions, you can always send it to me on my email, on my WhatsApp, on any of the officers, on the official email address of Toastmasters of our district, or just come to the Facebook page, write a comment there, and we will try to address that. With this, I would like to hand over the control back to distinguished Toastmaster Talab bin Hamid. I see a hand raised from Akash, so I'm just going to make an exception and ask that question because we haven't had one. Akash, can you unmute yourself, or can anyone unmute Akash so that he may ask his question?
Thank you, District Director DTM Zunair, for giving me opportunity to speak. My name is Akash Kumar, and I'm from Rawalpindi Toastmasters Club. I have a question that do district have any plans of judges training and any recreational activities in the future?
Well, we have thought of many things. Clearly, the process that we have gone through, there are a number of things. Some things are a priority, others are a wish list, and between them is a lot many things. That all depends on the situation. So if we have a good condition of this pandemic, if things are back to some form of normal, we will be having our in-person, on-ground international conference, which in many cases internationally, it's a great opportunity for people to travel to other cities and get to connect with people. And it's kind of a recreation. People actually go together in their cars and have road trip and everything else. So if we have an in-person, and hopefully we'll have an in-person international conference, that will be one thing. There might be other things we won't be able to organize district-wide hangouts in person, but we will try to provide as many opportunities as we can. However, clubs particularly can on their own organize a number of things, and it's more manageable at that level. Areas and divisions can also try to do something if they can have an in-person contest at such a place which is still approachable by many people, and it turns out to be a good hangout as well. So we'll definitely encourage everyone to come up with all the creative ideas for all the things that they can and want to do. I'm not sure if we'll be able to have an in-person recreational town hall because it might not serve the purpose because we want as many people to attend this town hall. But we're all ears, and we will definitely like to have ideas from all of you if there is any possibility of having a recreational trip district-wide. I hope I've covered that.
Thank you,
Okay,
DTM.
now, thank you. This brings us to the end of our question and answer session. Let's rush towards our final of the Toast Battle. And I'm going to hand over the control to the Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Tala bin Hamid. Tala, over to you.
Thank you so much, District Director Zunair. Once again, thank you for DTM Kokoki and DTM Zunair and everyone for the wonderful town hall session. Now we move on to the moment of truth, which is round 2 of the Toast Battle. And before I move on, I once again want to bring on record my sincere thanks to everyone who made this possible, because believe it or not, it was on July 6th that I received a message from R.A. Ali that we need a contestant from District 122 for the table topics contest. So everything you see today is a work of 6 days, because it was on the 9th of July that I came up with the initial agenda, and then we discussed and finalized it. And all of us got together to engage the role players, and Alhamdulillah, today we are having this contest. I will now request DTM Rashid Dastagir to announce the finalists from the first round, as he was the chief judge for round 1. DTM Rashid Dastagir, please announce the finalists, and everyone, please hold your hearts.
Thank you, DTM Talha, for giving me an opportunity to show my face to the audience and requesting me to announce the next round contestant. So I like to say that all these group contests all the contestants showed their skills very well, and all are very tough contests. And I also like to place my appreciation for DTM Irfan Sahab conducting such a wonderful manner. And I also like to make a point that though contest going on in front of all of you, but there are few people who are working very diligently behind the scene. The ballot counter, the judges, the timers. So now without any delay, I like to announce the contestant for next round. And from group A, the contestant who found place are, and I like to here clarify that this is without any position. There are just 3 top contestants who made place in next round. So from group A, Toastmaster Shehbaz Baloch, Madam Toastmaster Rahma Uneeb, and Madam Toastmaster Miraj Khan. And from group B, Madam Toastmaster Faiza, Madam Toastmaster Pushbak Fatma, and Toastmaster Gulam Qadir. And from group C, Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor, Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan, and Madam Toastmaster Vania Ahmed Abbasi. Many congrats to all these contestants, and I wish all of them good luck for the next round. And over to distinguished Toastmaster Talha bin Hamid.
Thank you so much, DTM Rashid. Now, as the contest chair for this portion, first of all, let me announce that we are fortunate to have DTM Malik Umair as the chief judge for this portion of the contest. Also, I have the 9 contestants with me, and I will be putting them through a randomizer. And if you don't trust me, I can even share the screen, but then that threatens to break up Zoom right now, which is very fragile right now. So I will avoid doing that. And I have the final order of the 9 contestants. So shall I announce the order right now?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will now request, I'm announcing the contestants order, and I will be requesting our contest host, our technical host to put the contestants in separate rooms except for the first contestant. So our final round contestants are number 1, Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatma. Number 2, Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor. Number 3, Toastmaster Vania Abbasi. Number 4, Toastmaster Rahma Uneeb. Number 5, Toastmaster Marij Khan. Number 6, Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch. Number 7, Toastmaster Faiza Azam. Number 8, Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. And number 9, Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir.
Thank you. I'll create the breakout room now.
Okay, and please confirm when you have created the breakout room. And every contestant is in there.
Can you please share the sequence in the chat?
Yes, just give me a few seconds. And there you are. Just a second. Here's the list. Can you see it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
With Zoom acting the way it is, one has to confirm. I'm sorry.
Toastmaster Rabia, are you there? Toastmaster Rabia? It seems our Sergeant at Arms are having difficulty connecting. So if there's anyone who wants to volunteer, that would be great.
Okay, Toastmaster Ahmed, is everybody in?
Yes, we lost Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, but he's back. I still need at least one Sergeant at Arms.
Anyone, please volunteer. Any volunteers for Sergeant at Arms? Please don't let this opportunity slip by. Your name will be forever engraved in history. This is the first ever countrywide contest of District 122 DC in 2020-21. And what's more, the contestant, the winner of this contest will inshallah go on to compete onto a world stage. And that's a distinction that we are having for the first time ever. So imagine your next generation and their kids will remember that you were the Sergeant at Arms at this contest. So please go ahead and grab this opportunity right now.
Another thing I'd like to mention is there are two Toastmaster Ghulam Qadirs. So can you please log in from a single device?
Salah, you haven't told about the chocolates for the role players.
Sorry?
You haven't told us about the chocolates for the role players.
Actually, I wanted to keep something in surprise, but now that you've ruined it, so yes, okay. You'll receive chocolates. They may be virtual or real, and you'll certainly receive something in return. As I earlier said that we planned this on a very short notice, but we certainly plan to reward everyone who was involved in this. So meanwhile, sorry. Yes, Toastmaster Ahmed, you were saying something?
Toastmaster Rabia, are you able to connect? We still need a sergeant at arms, otherwise.
Actually, Toastmaster Rabia Khan actually came into the waiting room, so I've admitted her. And let's see if she joins. Okay, meanwhile, let me just briefly go over the contest rules. They are broadly the same as before. Everyone speaks for at least 1 minute and maximum 2 minutes. Everybody has a grace time of 30 seconds. They will see the green indication at 1 minute, at the yellow indication at 1 minute 30 seconds, the red indication at 2 minutes, and there won't be a bell for this contest, so everybody is best advised to remember that they have only 30 seconds to wind up their speech when they see the red card. Also, the topics assigned to all the contestants will be the same, and that's the reason they are in separate rooms. After every contestant, there will be a 1 minute break for the judges to fill up their ballots. I believe I have covered everything as far as the table topics rules are concerned. And okay, Toastmaster Ahmed, have we found a volunteer for Sergeant at Arms?
Not yet. Maybe you should just assign someone.
Yes, okay. Okay, let me have a look. And okay, there's so many good choices. Our original Sergeant at Arms was who? Sorry?
It was Rabia, Toastmaster Rabia, but both of them are having issues connecting.
Yes, they are having issues. They are showing, okay. Okay, so, okay. So I've received some private messages. Some people are having connectivity issues. So may I request, okay. May I request Toastmaster, okay, just a second. May I request Mudassir Ashfaq to be the Sergeant at Arms for this session?
Apologies, Talha. I'm connected from my mobile device. I can't connect from my laptop.
Okay.
I don't know what the problem is. Either it's Wi-Fi or something. I'm working on it. If I get connected, I'll let you know.
Okay, no worries, no worries. No worries there, not at all. Okay, who else? Okay. Okay. I see. How about Toastmaster Anil Peter? Toastmaster Anil Peter, will you like to be our Sergeant at Arms for this session? Toastmaster Anil?
So I believe it's a major connectivity issue between Pakistan and
Yes,
Zoom.
yes,
So a lot of
exactly.
people are having this issue.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, fine. We'll find someone who has good connectivity. Okay. Do we have, okay, Toastmaster Farooq Siddiqui has just indicated that he is willing to do the role. Toastmaster Farooq, are you okay to be our Sergeant at Arms for this session? Okay. If you indicate your verbal assent also, that will be encouraging as far as connectivity is concerned.
DTM Talha, let's do this. I'll be the Sergeant at Arms, and just message me on WhatsApp as soon as the contestant is done.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. If
Sorry, Toastmaster Farooq, are you there? Okay, fine. We'll go ahead with what Toastmaster MS Sajjad proposed. And okay, so we will now kick off the session. And Toastmaster Ahmed, you can. Yeah,
I'll open
sorry.
the breakout room. Yes, I'll open the breakout room and move there, and just message me once.
Sure.
Once you're done.
Just confirm to me when you've assigned the contestants so that I can kick things off. Okay, I'm just waiting for the confirmation from our Sergeant at Arms that he's indeed in the breakout room. And once that happens, we kick off the contest.
He's not in this room, and no one else is the host, so we can assume that he is in the breakout room.
So that's why I've sent him a message on the cell phone. Just a second. Let me just seek confirmation from him, and then we can start. Okay, everyone. Toastmaster MS Sajjad has just confirmed to me that he is in the breakout room along with all the contestants. So we will now go ahead with the contestants' order. And our first contestant is Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatma. And Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatma, first confirm to us that you can see the timer window. Okay. Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatma, your topic is, your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Khushbakht Fatma.
Once and for all, thank you so very much, Table Topic Master. Well, the most embarrassing moment of my life. If talking about one and sticking to one, as of course there are a lot of embarrassing moments in everyone's life, and so is mine. But if I stick to this very particular moment that I faced in my life in my early childhood, being a spoiled kid, the only girl in the huge family, I was not fond of eating potatoes so much. So whenever my mom used to cook potatoes, I used to say, no, mommy, I don't have to eat potatoes, whether they be in the form of chips or mashed potatoes or anything. I was like a creaky one. I was like, no, mommy, I am not supposed to eat this thing. So one day we were invited as guests to one of our family members. And unfortunately, or I must say fortunately, the only dish that they cooked was mutton and potato curry. So when we were on the dining table and my mom was looking at me that, of course, my daughter would do some creaky or loud or say something that's embarrassing for me, of course. And I ran up to my mom and asked her to put the potato and mutton curry in my plate, and I opted to eat that. So that was the most embarrassing moment for me in my life, when my mother cooked each and every sort of potato for me just to please me and to eat it. But that one discouraging moment when I had no other option and I had to eat that potato dish, I ate it, and shukrullah, alhamdulillah, I didn't bloat it out. I didn't feel any vomit, I didn't feel any bloating, and that was the most disgusting and embarrassing moment, which made me eat a vegetable that I wasn't supposed to eat till my last breath, even in grave. But as we all say, we learn by doing, and if we come across situations where we have to do something which we are not allowed to, or which we are not supposed to, or which is against our will, we have to do that, because we have to face the situation. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Khushbakht. Our second contestant will be Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor, and I've just messaged to our Sergeant at Arms. Waqar Manzoor should be released from captivity soon. Toastmaster Waqar, are you there? Okay, Toastmaster Waqar is in the process of joining, and there he is. Toastmaster Waqar, can you see and hear us? Because we cannot see or hear you. Toastmaster Waqar, are you there?
Audible?
Yes. Now we can see and hear you, I believe.
Like it's audible now, right?
Okay. So
please confirm if it's audible.
Yeah. So I forgot to make one announcement. I've been a little rusty. Have the judges had their 1 minute to mark the ballot? Toastmaster Malik Umair, if you can confirm.
Yes, we have had
Let
a
me check from the judges, please. In the meanwhile, the timer can confirm if 1 minute is over, we can proceed.
Yes, okay. So Toastmaster Azam has 1 minute elapsed for the judges.
It's a green screen. Yep.
Sorry?
Yes, he's showing a green screen. That means that
Okay.
1 minute has lapsed.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor, please make sure that you have the timer window pinned. Your topic is...
Yeah, please let me check just the timer window. Yes, and I am audible, right?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
Your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Waqar Manzoor.
Fellow Toastmasters and distinguished guests, there are so many embarrassing moments in my life. I prepare a speech or maybe few hours for them. Like right now, I am delivering a speech in a hospital, so it seems an embarrassment for me. I had similar incident when I was in Malaysia, and that our tourist was telling me that what's the difference between gender of different animals, like eagle, if you want to identify male or female, how can you do that? And I asked the same question, that how can we identify different genders of monkeys? I also had another similar event when I was in nursery class and I came running to my mother and I said, Mama, Mama, hero marks. And my mama was like, why are you so happy on it? I was like, well, I have gotten a unique number. I have gotten a new number. So I would say the best thing or the success is not to take the embarrassment as an embarrassment, rather take it as an opportunity to enjoy your life, where you can have fun. Like right now, when I think of my incident in nursery class, or maybe of Malaysia, or maybe right now, I am enjoying the event. And like we say, every adversity has an opportunity. If this event would have been physical, I know I could have never attended it because I needed to be in hospital right now. But such a pandemic and such a limitation provided me opportunity to represent my club at all Pakistan level territorial council in order to compete with such a wonderful speaker. So there is, I would say, no embarrassment situation. There is always a success in it. Over to you, contest chair.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Waqar. 1 minute time for the judges' ballot marking starts right now. Meanwhile, I'm messaging our Sergeant at Arms that the second contestant is done. Our third contestant will be Toastmaster Wania Abbasi. Okay. Our timer confirms that the 1 minute time for the judges has elapsed. And our next contestant is Toastmaster Wania Abbasi. Toastmaster Wania Abbasi, please turn on your microphone and video if you haven't already. Okay. Can you see the timer's window? Sorry, we can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, no. All
Yeah.
right. Now,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Can you see the timers window?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Toastmaster Vani Abbasi, your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Vani Abbasi.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Talab bin Ahmed. Good evening, everyone. This is Toastmaster Vani with the Basi standing right in front of you and going to retell the embarrassing moments of her life. Trust me, there's a series of them. The most recent and the most prominent and the most embarrassing one that I can remember right now, it happened on 2nd January 2010. Obviously, I remember the date. My cousins were visiting, all of the male cousins were visiting, and I am a sort of a person who do not really prefer going in front of the male cousins and saying, how do you do, and like high fives and all that. I just say salam and exit. But that day, I chose to sit with them and sing. I chose to sing in front of them, and I believe that is that at that moment I wanted for the floor to rip apart and for me to go down and just never appear again. But that did not happen. Karma was not on my side. Since 2nd January 2010, I had decided I'm never going to sing. And I somehow felt that probably I'm losing the talent. But then a very good friend of mine told me, you never lose a talent. This is another embarrassing moment that I can remember. This, my mother's cousin, who is my uncle, but he's young enough to be my uncle, so I just call him my brother. We were texting, and he lives abroad, and we recently got to know each other, so we were texting and having, chit chat and joking around. And he dared me to eat fried frogs. And I wrote, I'll dare you first, and autocorrect corrected it to I'll date you first. Just imagine. I said date you first. That was another moment that I wanted the floor to rip apart and for me to go down and never appear again, but that again did not happen. Embarrassing moments are embarrassing and they irritate you. But on the other hand, they make you happy too. I mean, life is giving you something to remember in the future and probably laugh about it. Because those two moments, I still laugh about them. Yes, they irritate me, they annoy me, they want me to rip my heart apart, but I have a good laugh every time I remember them. Thank you so much. Over to the Table Topics Master.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Vani Abbasi. The judges' time for filling the ballot of 1 minute starts right now. Meanwhile, I'm calling for the next contestant. Our next contestant will be Toastmaster Rama Uni. I've just been informed that Toastmaster Rama is in the process of joining, and judges' ballot is done. We're just waiting for Toastmaster Rama to join. And we have Toastmaster Rama Uni, I believe. Toastmaster Rama, can you hear us? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. And can you see the timers window?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Toastmaster Rama Uni, your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Rama Uni.
Fellow Toastmasters and guests, we all come to Toastmasters with our polished speeches, talking about the moments of our lives where we were amazing. And all of us know the really bright sides of us. But all of us also have a lot of embarrassing stuff that we don't really like to share or think about, or maybe we forget and move on. But I'm telling you, the things that you remember most are the most embarrassing things that have happened to you. So I remember this one time, and the ironic thing is that it keeps happening to me, and I think I would like the audience to give me some insight as to why this happens to me. But every time I go to a shop, I always mistake a customer for for a sales representative or a shopkeeper. I don't know why this happens. Maybe because I'm not always present, and so a number of times this very embarrassing thing has happened where I've said to a shopkeeper, not a shopkeeper, like a customer, hello, can you please guide me? And they've just given me terrible sort of looks, because it's not nice to be mistaken for a shopkeeper. But then this one time it happened to me, and I felt like I was atoning for my sins. So I've done that like 4 to 5 times. So there's definitely a pattern, and there's definitely something that I'm not doing right. I will definitely look into it, find out why it is that I can't differentiate between who's a shopkeeper, who's a customer. Maybe because I don't really put people into boxes. I'd like to think that's the reason, but maybe the real reason is that I don't really pay attention. But let's hope that nothing of that sort happens again next time I go to the supermarket, especially now because people are wearing masks and I can very easily mistake anyone for anyone now. So please pray for me. Over to you, Mr. Contest Chair.
Thank you, Toastmaster Rama. 1 minute time for the judges' ballot marking starts. Meanwhile, I'm calling for the next contestant. Our next contestant will be Toastmaster Marij Khan. Toastmaster Marij Khan is on the way. Meanwhile, we wait for the judges to mark their ballots. Okay, Toastmaster Marij Khan, you are here. Can you turn on your video and audio?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Okay, can you? Yes, you are visible as well. Can you see the timer screen?
Azamili, Toastmaster Azamili.
Yes. Can you see the timers window? Okay. Toastmaster Marij Khan, your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Marij Khan.
My most embarrassing moment. Thank you so much, Contest Chair, for this wonderful topic. This is usually a topic that most of us try to avoid, try to stay away from, because embarrassment, and in retrospect, thinking about those is like reliving that painful memory and reliving that painful experience once again. So for me, that the embarrassing moment that I can currently think of would be I was in university and we were having a class, and most people don't know, but I have a minor a hearing loss. It's not that much, but it's a moderate hearing loss. So I try to take words that are similar in phonics and pronunciation, as you know, I mess those up, I mistake a word for another. So I remember at one point, so this teacher of mine was taking roll call, and she was going through a list of names and people who have scored the highest marks. And she went and she said, okay, Zunera, full marks, 100%. Then she went, Hare, 100%. I got up from my seat and I went and I put my hand in front of the teacher to give me my test. Interestingly, my name is Marish, and I confused Haris with Marish, and I looked around in for embarrassment. I looked around that Haris was actually walking and staring at me like, did I confuse it, or did you confuse it? Which one of us is it? And then the teacher was like, Marish, it's his yours. Why don't you take yours? You also got 100%. So, So the entire class laughed, and I laughed too. So this is probably one of the embarrassing moments that I can think of right now. As for the embarrassing moments in general, they can make for nice conversation starters with people. And oh my God, I just recounted my embarrassing moment in front of 60+ people. Thank you so much, contest chair, back to you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Marish Khan. And the timer, please start the time for judges' ballot marking. Meanwhile, we'll call in the next contestant, who is Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch. I've just intimated to the Sergeant at Arms, who will be releasing Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch from his shackles very soon, hopefully. And there he is. Yes, Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch, can you turn on your video and audio? Okay, Toastmaster Shahbaz, your video is, I think, in portrait orientation. Can you?
Portrait? You want me to
yeah,
put in landscape?
Yeah, it needs to be in landscape.
Hold on.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let me. Actually, my helper is with me, so let me.
Sure. No worries. Now it's perfect. And do you have timings? Yeah. Do you have timing signals at the ready as well?
I've got a person with me, so he'll be telling me the signal.
Sure. So that person is ready, right?
Yes, he's ready.
Okay. Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch, your topic is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Shahbaz Baloch.
Camera, lights, action. My most embarrassing moment. There are so many. What should I tell you? The Toastmasters. One day, I took out my car with my friend, and that was a brand new Suzuki Margara. Nobody was around. It was the afternoon, like warm afternoon. Everybody was sleeping, especially Dad. And then I took out my first ride with my friend. I was going with a full speed on the runway. That gave me so much confidence. And then suddenly, what happened was the most embarrassing thing to me. I hit a donkey. I hit a donkey, and then I just ran away from that place, thinking that donkey must have died. The donkey relatives were after me. All the Donkey Association of Pakistan, they took the petition against me in the court. And then I confessed my sin of hit and run case. And I told them my brothers, no, they were not my brothers. The brothers from another mother. This is my mistake. I accept this thing. And I will give you all the things which you will want. All the rights which are not given to the donkeys. I will give you. I'll fight for your rights in whole Pakistan. Fellow Toastmasters, After that, I was able to make an NGO on with the name of All Pakistan Donkey Rights Association, APRO. Fellow Toastmaster, there are embarrassing moments in your life, but never be hesitant to talk in front of you. Contest.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Shahbaz. The 1 minute for judges' ballot marking starts right now. And meanwhile, let me call for our next contestant, who will be Toastmaster Faiza Azam. Toastmaster Ahmed Sajjad is like a giant in a castle right now, and he's releasing his prisoners one by one.
Yes, sir.
He's certainly not hearing this, thank God. Okay. Toastmaster Faiza is about to join. The judges' ballot marking has completed. We are waiting for Toastmaster Faiza to join. And Toastmaster Faiza is here. Toastmaster Faiza, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can see and I can hear you guys. Hopefully, I am audible and visible both.
Yes, you are. Although if you can come closer to the camera, I believe that will be good for the judges and for all of us as well.
All right, so you want me to come closer to the camera? All right.
Yeah, because you're too far away. And
is that fine? Is that fine?
Yes, now it's better, much better. Okay, can you see the timers window? Timer is Toastmaster Azam Ali.
Yes, I can see the timers window.
Okay, Toastmaster Faiza, your topic today is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Faiza.
Thank you very much. My most embarrassing moment. All right. Everybody in their life steps, we come across with a lot of best memories. We come a lot of embarrassing moments. See, you have a lot of clinches of embarrassing moments, but it is pretty hard to disclose them in front of the public platform. Let me share. A 7-year-old girl in a tomboy look riding a bike, which is taller in her height, hard to paddle down. That she had to stand up and then pedal it to maintain the balance. Remember, 7-year-old me, paddling, paddling, paddling. A moment comes up. Yeah, I just banged myself to one of the servants of our neighbors. Unfortunately, the guy was handicapped. The embarrassing part was not just that I bashed into a handicapped servant. The embarrassing part is yet to come. I did not only bang in him, I took him along with me into the water canal sort of thing that stores water. And that does not only stores water, that also stores frogs and tadpoles. Filled with those in that pool, I was inside it with a servant, with myself, and my bicycle. Entire group of friends, their parents, laughing at me. The most embarrassing time for me in my life. I froze at that time. That's it. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Contest here.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Faiza. Judges, 1 minute time for ballot marking starts now. Meanwhile, we will call upon our next contestant, who happens to be Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. I have just intimated to Sergeant at Arms, and Toastmaster Jamal should be on the way. Toastmaster Jamal, can you see and hear us? And would you like to turn on your audio?
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. See and hear me fine?
Yes. Can you see the timers window? Please confirm.
Is it awesome?
Yes.
All right. Let me pin the video, please. All right. Perfect.
Okay. So, Toastmaster Jamal Khan, your topic for today is my most embarrassing moment. My most embarrassing moment, Toastmaster Jamal Khan.
Fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, and respectable judges. Hold on a second. Let me just grab a tissue because I'm about to tell something which might embarrass me again and might even make me cry. I still remember it vividly. It was the summer of 2010, back in my A-levels days. You know, back in A-levels days when we were all juvenile, when we were all young and full of compassion and passion. So, one fine day, I was actually dared by my friend to talk to a girl. And that very moment was the day when I got the most embarrassment. Because on that particular day, I came to realize that I have zero game when it comes to talking to a stranger, especially if that stranger is a good looking fellow. So I went there, all pumped up, all boosted up so that, you know, I can score that girl. And thank God I didn't got slapped. Because all I could do was, because, you know, back in days, I wasn't a part of Toastmasters Club. So that was one of the most embarrassing moments and one of the most embarrassing days of my life. I still don't want to remember it. However, I do narrate it, I do talk about it because it actually makes me feel good because those were the days and those were the days that I got over it. Now I no longer have to hesitate while talking to someone who is, you know, good looking, because I know that I can now speak. However, the catch is I'm about to get engaged. So, tissue for me one more time. Over to you, Mr. Toastmaster.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Jamal Khan. Judges, your time for 1 minute ballot marking starts now. Meanwhile, we'll call our last contestant, who is Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir. And let me take this opportunity to recognize DTM Alka Kumra from District 20. Madam, we are honored to have you with us. So, confirm that Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir should be on the way to join any moment now.
Talha, you're muted.
Okay, we are waiting for Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir to join us.
So I believe he got disconnected.
Yes. In fact, I believe a lot of people just got disconnected. Hopefully, they'll be returning soon. Yes, we are gradually having people back. Toastmaster Ahmed, you have released Ghulam Qadir from the breakout room, right?
Yes, I have. We left the room at the same time.
Okay. Because suddenly the number of participants in this meeting has reduced, and I believe there's something wrong with Zoom. So
yes,
let's
that's what
just
it
wait.
was.
Yeah. Okay, Ghulam Qadir is trying to connect right now. I had just asked him.
Other people are unable to join as well.
We lost this. Okay, our chief judge is back with us, and I'm hoping others will join as well. Toastmaster Malik Umair, can you confirm that the judges are present? Because
let me please check.
yeah, because and even if they can't join this meeting, they can perhaps see the stream on Facebook, because we're just waiting for our last contestant who's facing difficulties joining.
Yes, contest chair, all the judges are present.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So, okay, Ghulam Qadir is finally with us too, and he is joining the meeting. And yes, so just a few seconds, and then we can have our last contestant. Okay. Okay, Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, can you turn on your video and audio? Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, can we have your video and audio? Okay, Toastmaster Umair, distinguished Toastmaster Umair, what do we do in this situation? Do we give 30 seconds time?
Is the contestant unable to connect with his audio and video?
He is connected, but somehow we can't hear or see him. And he was having connectivity.
Give him
Yeah.
30 seconds. Let's give him 30
Okay.
seconds. And if within 30 seconds we can't see and hear him, then let's close the contest.
Okay, fair enough. Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, you have 30 seconds to retry this connection. Otherwise, we will be forced to close this contest. I believe he's retrying the connection now. And Toastmaster Ali Asharanjam, I hope, if you haven't started, please start counting the 30 seconds now. Okay, we have Ghulam Qadir back with us. Toastmaster Ghulam Qadir, can you turn on your video and audio? Okay, I'll ask you once again, can you turn on your video and audio? Okay. Toastmaster Ali, have 30 seconds passed? Timer, Toastmaster Ali, have 30 seconds passed?
Contest chair, 30 seconds have passed.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, then I believe we can move on with the contest. And that means that it will be now 5 minutes for result compilation. Am I right, Chief Judge?
Yes, 5 minutes for the compilation of results.
Okay, fair enough. So thank you very much, first of all, once again, for braving through this ugly Zoom situation and sticking with us. And apologies for this because we were having it so good. And secretly, we were very glad that nothing went wrong during the contest, but unfortunately now it did. Anyhow, that's how life happens. Let me, I trust that Toastmaster, our chief judge, who will be announcing the results, will intimate us when the results are ready. Meanwhile, let me ask DTM Alka Kumra, who was the part of the district trio last year from District 20, to share her thoughts with us, because I believe District 20 will be the one hosting the worldwide Toastmaster contest, to which our winner from today will be going, inshallah. DTM Alka, can you share a few thoughts with us?
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, PQD, Toastmaster Talha. It's great to be with you today, this evening. Well, I joined a little late because I didn't see the agenda. I would have loved to see the honoring part of it, but I'm happy to hear all the contestants today. Great going, this baby district coming up this way, organizing this kind of a contest. It's a great feeling. And it's really nice to see you hosting it, because I have seen you working in the district last year as CGD. And yes, all the best to the contestants, and we'll be happy to see the winners at the global event. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, DTM Alka. And I will take this opportunity to voice this thought that is being shared in our forums, that we definitely need to have a plan B for such events, for any event in fact, because as we saw today, this is not the first time that Zoom has acted up, but we need to have a plan B. So I'll request our PRM, Ahmed Sajjad Zadi, who was with us throughout the meeting and who was the backbone of the entire meeting. He changed roles so quickly because even our Sergeant at Arms couldn't connect, and he became the Sergeant at Arms. So I will strongly urge you to have a backup arrangement also, like backup software or something, so that if Zoom acts up, we can instantly switch to that particular platform. And I believe that this is a worldwide problem now, not limited to us, but it strikes us particularly badly because our network connectivity remains patchy at best, even in the big cities. So this is something that we have to think about going forward. And okay, we have DTM Umair. Where have we gotten as far as the results are concerned?
We are compiling the results. Just a few more minutes, please.
Okay, just a few more minutes. Okay, so let's ask some of our foreign guests how did they find the contest and how did they enjoy it. So I will be requesting Toastmaster Gayatri Ravindran. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Can you share a few thoughts with us? Okay, I believe there are still connectivity issues. So why not have
I'm
DTM
here.
Ashish? Yeah, okay, okay, great. So can you share some thoughts with us?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's been a great pleasure to hear the table topics, the whole event. In fact, this is the first time I am attending such an event, and I wonder why I have missed it these days. Because to be honest, the kind of speeches, the kind of thoughts, the kind of perspectives that I have heard, I am amazed that I have missed it. And I've also missed a lot of the leaders' speeches these years. Amazing language, beautiful flow of thoughts, and wonderfully put across. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I am really looking forward to what's going to happen in the event. Over to you.
Thank you so much for those beautiful thoughts that really, really went a long way towards encouraging us. And it was lovely having you. Next, we have Area Director Shiba. Can you please share your thoughts about our contest today?
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
It was a wonderful one. First time I am attending this contest in Pakistan, but it is amazing. And it is very sad that one contestant couldn't make it. That is very sad. I felt very sad for that. And otherwise, everything went well. And I'm very glad to attend this event. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We share your sadness, and that's why I believe that we need to have a plan B in terms of infrastructure as well. And, I find this very amazing that, and again, this is a theme that gets brought up again and again, but I will still repeat it that we should be fortunate because we are one of the best communities in the world that I know in terms of working together, in terms of loving to each other, in terms of caring for each other. I haven't encountered a better set of people, a better community, and a better education program. This is a blessing that we have all been bestowed with, and we should, this is our duty to spread it to as many people as possible. It's not just about new clubs, it's not just about getting those numbers on the board. It's not about becoming a district, although it is, but ultimately that will only come as a pleasant side effect of us feeling the need to make other human beings who we love benefit from this program, and our expansion, our increment in numbers will only come as a pleasant side effect of that. If we don't strive for that with all our heart and with all sincerity, if we don't think of the person first, if we don't think of the member first, we still can have expansion and perhaps even bigger expansion, but that won't be lasting, and that won't be creating the positive waves in the society that we are able to create right now. So it's very fortunate that thanks to this lockdown, thanks to this limitation, we are all so much more connected to each other. Right now, when we are reduced down to bare necessities in life, where we are doing only what's necessary to survive, where we are just buying what's barely necessary for us and not investing in anything extra, not going for any extra work or any extra social gathering, the fact that we are doing even more Toastmastering than before speaks for itself. And in fact, this is a testament to the value Toastmasters provides and the value of Toastmasters in all our hearts. Because trust me, if it did not have that value, if it was just something that we were part of, if it was just some social gathering that we felt socially obligated to stick to, trust me, none of us would have stuck to it. So we should all be proud of it. We should all celebrate it. It is, on the surface, it's an education and communication and leadership development program. But what I feel is that it's nothing less than a program to transform a person into a better human being and a community into a far better community. So, Toastmaster Malik Umair, do we have the results?
I've shared the ballots with the ballot counters. I'm still waiting for the ballot counters to compile and share the results with me. Hopefully in a minute or two, we'll have the results.
Okay, sure. So there are a lot of people viewing us on Facebook Live right now. And my big shout out to all of you. Thank you for joining us for this amazing event. And we are honored to have you. It is amazing again to be able to reach out on such a scale through the concerted effort of so many people. So please accept our sincere gratitude for joining us. I hope that you enjoyed this event. I hope that you learned something from this event. I hope that we were able to make your life a little bit better than before through our efforts, because ultimately that's what it's all about. So while the results are being compiled, let me ask who else. Okay, we have Toastmaster Naheda Yasmin. Can you share your thoughts about the event?
Thank you so much, Contest Chair. Good evening, fellow Toastmasters, guests across the borders. I'm very delighted that I've been a part of this wonderful event today. It was a very brilliant. It was very brilliant. I really enjoyed all the speakers. They were so talented. They were really dedicated and very enthusiastic. Was wonderful, and I'm very happy to be part of it. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Naida. And let's see who else do we have with us. Anybody who is not a Toastmaster right now? Do we have someone who is not a Toastmaster right now? Or who is not from Pakistan or in Pakistan right now? Do we have someone like that that we haven't covered already? Okay, we don't have any such person. Okay, so, okay, let's now ask DTM Atif Irfan about his experience of hosting round one. DTM Atif, can you share your thoughts?
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. So it was certainly a big challenge, I would say, and it was so exciting that I was just informed a very short time ago that you are going to do it. So at first I thought that how to do it. But in Toastmasters, we always learn to take challenges and we give ourselves the tough time, and then we come out of the comfort zone and then we deliver. So I thought that it's like testing myself. Can I do it or can I not do it? So immediately I contacted the role players, everybody, and we just ran here and there and we collected the people. And finally, I would tell you very honestly, just 15 minutes before the contest was started, I was finalizing the speech topics. And I was just looking at it, what to finalize. And finally, I believe that they were liked by the contestants as well as the audience, I believe. And overall, I would say, whatever I have learned, whatever I have done, all thanks to Toastmasters International, because a person cannot be that confident that I can do anything in any span of time. So Toastmasters makes us leaders, gives us the confidence, and it tests us again and again, and until the time we are fully confident that yes, we can do anything. So that was my experience regarding today's contest.
Thank you so much, DTM Atif. And ultimately, it's your topics that won the day because they allowed the contestants to breathe and express themselves so freely. They were so fun as well. And congratulations on that. As I said, and I'm first of all deeply grateful to you that only it was, I think, 2 days ago, like day before yesterday, that you were informed that you will be the contest chair. And uh, this event today is what went on between July the 6th and July the 12th today. Mashallah, this is what we have achieved together. And in fact, I'm so humbled by the effort that everyone put in. We have pulled off the impossible repeatedly during the past year as well in terms of our performance and everything. And inshallah, this year also looks to be the same year. And the only hiccup that we suffered was not our fault at all, but that of Zoom. And for that, I'm profoundly sorry to everyone, especially the contestant that could not speak. But ultimately, we have to move on. I believe DTM Malik Umair is ready with the results. And
Yes, the
he's
results are
looking
ready.
at me like he wants to kill me. So I better hand over the floor to him now. Over to you, DTM Malik Umair, our club growth director.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a wonderful contest. We have already run very long, so I'll not keep you waiting for more, although I would love to tease you a little more. However, I'm not going to do that. So without further ado, our third place winner for today's contest is Toastmaster Faiza Izam. Our third place winner for today's contest is Toastmaster Faiza Izam. Congratulations to Toastmaster Faiza. Our second place winner for today's contest is Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. Our second place winner for today's contest is Toastmaster Jamal Ahmed Khan. A big round of applause for you. And last but not the least, our winner who will be representing Pakistan in the Global Friendly contest. The winner and the representative of Pakistan is none other than Toastmaster Vanya. A big round of applause. Congratulations to all of you. All the contestants, all of you are winners today because you took the leap of faith. You put yourself out there, and I'm sure that you have learned a lot that you're going to apply in your lives. Over to you, DTM Talha.
Thank you so much, DTM Umair, not only for this, not only for everything you did during the meeting, but for everything you did for Toastmasters Pakistan and for everything you did to make this event possible. I couldn't be prouder of the team. I had to give a vote of thanks at the end of the meeting, but that has already been done. So instead, I just asked Toastmaster Tabassum Ali, who wanted to speak, and we'll end up with the remarks from her side. Toastmaster Tabassum Ali? Yeah.
Yes. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening to all my brothers and sisters in Pakistan. Nice to be connected with you all today. It was a wonderful contest, and a kudos to your contest master, your contest chair, for coming up with this wonderful topics. So it started like, how was your childhood, something from your childhood. The second group B, it was like, how is your performance 10 years hence? And I'm wondering, like, what is going to be the third one now? Is it something about to do with the present? Or maybe the finals will be like, Pichhle Janam and Agle Janam. So there was kind of transition happening. But wonderful topics you all chose, which everybody could attempt. And it became like a choice amongst the equal. All the contestants were so confident, and it was a great event, definitely. And I was really heartbroken for your last contestant. Whoever you are, I'm sure next year you'll come up and it's a physical stage and you're going to rock it and nail it, definitely. And yes, your peculiar, as I was mentioning to Malik, that he's as humorous as our district director this year, whom we have, Mohammed Salim. So you reminded me of Mohammed Salim. Now this event, you all have really made many of us so proud by hosting this event is because myself, Tabassum Ali, as well as Gayatri Ravindran, who just spoke a while ago, DTM Gayatri Ravindran, we are the event chairs for the global event, which is upcoming on the 17th. So congratulations, Vanya. We will see you on that stage. And yes, we are working round the clock to make this event of one kind. And thank you so much for all of you. You all have really motivated us and you all have got us energized so that we can work in great spirit to have representatives of all district. And yes, always will need your support. So thank you so much. Congratulations. You all are doing amazingly, amazingly well. All the best. Over to you, PQD.
Thank you so much, Toastmasters Tabassum Ali, for those kind remarks. Congratulations to everyone who contested, because remember, you had some qualities so that your club nominated you. So out of 20, 25 people, you had already won. And then even more congratulations to all those who made it to the second round. And as for the winner, Toastmaster Vania Basi, let me tell you one thing about her. She belongs to Dow IBHM Toastmasters Club, and she has participated in other meetings too. So far, I haven't witnessed a table topics contest that Toastmaster Vania has not won. So again, she continues her amazing record. And on behalf of District 122 TC, on behalf of every Toastmaster in Pakistan, I hope and pray that she continues her record like this all the way, inshallah. And I'm sure she will. My congratulations to all the winners. You know, having judged contests once or quite a few times, it's all just a difference of a little few marks that determines the fate of a contestant. So please don't lose heart. Nobody lost today, everybody won today. And I couldn't be prouder. We couldn't be prouder. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for making it today. Thank you, role players. Thank you, judges. Thank you, the arrangers. It was an amazing, amazing time that we all had. And let's hope our rest of the year continues like that, except for the part where Zoom crashed and except for the part where we went way, way, way over time. Everything else should continue like that. So I now request everyone to turn on their cameras and wave goodbye to each other so we can adjourn the meeting. And special thanks goes out to Toastmaster Ahmed Sajjad Zadi, who literally was the backbone. And it's nice to have our district director back, although from a different name, but we are not fooled. So good to have you back. DTM Zunair, would you like to close this meeting off by saying something? Okay, just a second.
Yeah, no, I'm unmuted. So yeah, well, first of all, I'm not a Aruj Rahat. She's my wife, and for some reason, I got disconnected from 2 devices, but she did not get disconnected from even her 1 device. Well, clearly, ladies are taking over. So first of all, congratulations to all the winners, all the participants, everyone who made it to even the first level. You know, coming from club level and being recommended by the club to represent the club and carry the club's name into a district contest is a win in itself. Everyone, made a huge amount of effort. I listened to some really interesting table topics today, and I'm really happy with the kind of quality that we have here in our district. Congratulations to the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place winner. Truly deserved places. I've been witnessing all the contests. It's unfortunate that the Zoom played the way it did, and we could not connect back. But a lot of people who have been doing the contest on Facebook and supporting us, so thank you for all of that. Hopefully we'll have some kind of backup plan in the future, considering that things like this can happen, and we want to have many more contests, many more events, and a lot of things are clearly lined up, as Talha knows, because I told him about another thing that he'll be doing in a couple of weeks. So hopefully we'll have some backup plans so that we have something to fall back to. I would like to thank you all for staying for such a late time. in spite of the fact that we promised to end the meeting on time. Well, unfortunately, we couldn't. We'll try to do it in the next meeting. Enjoy your time. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Take care of yourself and everyone around you. Allah Hafiz.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Talha for all his efforts. And all the rest of the team members, Ahmed Sajjad, Malik Umair, all the people in the background who we could not see, the timers whose appearance was just green, yellow, and red. I can tell you, I've seen their faces. They have actual faces, and they are beautiful people. So a lot of Sergeant at Arms, all the people who promoted this event, everyone, all the speakers, the keynote speakers, the judges who played a role in the background. Thank you to all of you. You are amazing people. Take care. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much, District Director Zunair. And now, okay, everybody, 10 seconds. Toastmaster Vanya, your thoughts on winning. 10 seconds. That's it. Come on, you just won a tabletop.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Talha. First of all, I cannot believe. Second, the situation that I was in, and then winning in that situation, I cannot thank Allah enough. It's all because it's a blessing of Allah. It's none of my doings. And thanks to you too, as my mentor, the way you were boosting me up, I could not have done that without your words. So thank you so much. And when the results were being announced, I had one of the earphones in my mother's ear, and she also heard that I got the first position. So the way that she's smiling right now it's all worth it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Vanya. District Director, immediate past District Director Samir Shah, your remarks, 10 seconds. Here you go. Are you there? Okay, I think he's not there. DTM Rashid, your remarks, 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. What I can say is it was a wonderful, amazing, and exciting event. I thoroughly enjoyed it, though being the chief judge of first three group, I have to, I was just on my toes and coordinating with the peoples, but in the end it was very exciting, and I really appreciate the efforts of district director, program quality director, and the club growth director, DTM Atif Irfan Saab, and every Toastmaster who joined this meeting and made it memorable. Thank you very much, wonderful Toastmasters. Over to you.
Thank you so much, DTM Rashid. And okay, I think finally now we should say goodbye, unless we have DTM Samir. Do we have you with us? If not, then let's turn on our videos and start waving to each other, because I've heard that's the politically correct way to end a Zoom meeting. So yeah. And 3, 2, 1.